Hello, I hope you're doing well. Good morning, evening, afternoon, or night, wherever you are. I hope you are having a lovely day. Sorry that I'm not technically live yet. I actually had some weird things going on, so I am still in the process of setting myself up. Actually, I'm done. I just need to grab my coffee, so I'm gonna go do that, and I'll be back in like 30 seconds. What's up? For a moment there, I considered not getting coffee at all, and that would have been a disaster. Now that I think about it. Luckily though, I came to my senses. I'm actually not sure if you can hear me. But that's alright. You can hear the thunder, that's what matters. I'm actually just very sleepy today. It's been a very rainy, thundery day, and I had the massive urge to just fall asleep, but I actually did not because I had things to do today. Today I went and I got my hair cut, and I'm very happy about that because my hair was starting to annoy me. But luckily, the hairdresser had some time slots available. Hello once again, and welcome back. What's up? Now I'm very happy with it, and honestly, see, this is like as a teenager and a young woman, like one of the highest, I guess, one of the best perks and like the highest points of any relationship that I've ever had would be having a boyfriend who would like get his haircut, like fresh haircut, so that I can touch this part. And about 10 years later, now as a grown-ass woman, I'm starting to realize that I can have that too. And and that whenever I want to, to touch that, that I can just have that on my own head. Like 10 years ago, this would have been, for me, this would have been something that I would never even consider. But I'm very happy with this because I do love the feeling of like just that, whatever it's called, like touching it is like the best thing, and I'm just very happy to have that. The reason why I have my hair half long, half short, I suppose, is because I am not able to make a decision for myself to say, okay, I'm either gonna have my hair short or long. I kind of want both, and I realized that not many things in life with not many things in life can you like decide to have both, right? You normally have to make some sort of like, let's call it a meaningful choice, right? But with hair, you can have long hair and you can have short hair. Like I had really long hair at one point and I cut it all off, and then I was sad about it because I am used to having long hair, but I also just kind of wanted to have my hair as short as possible, like at least on one side, for it to not be an inconvenience. And yes, it's definitely cool because I spent like 50% less time on actually managing my hair because I only have like half of my head to manage. And whenever there's like an occasion when I want to like look, let's say, fancy or like in any way I don't know, appropriate for society, I can just do this part of the hair, and actually like having this part of the hair either like braided or curled, it looks really fancy. And I think I have one of the bravest hairstyles, like on any of these like very formal events where people normally have like, either like short but tidy hair or just really long. And I am very happy with how my hair looks in like any I want to say formal event, but I don't go to like many formal events, so that's kind of a silly thing to say. Same on shampoo, yes, and also same on hair dye, because I only use like half of my hair dye bottle, which means that since I used half of this one last time, this ensures that my next hair color will also be pink. Because I'm just gonna dye that part. I don't think I'm gonna touch this whatsoever. I'm just gonna leave it like this because as it fades, I actually kind of like it. Like, I mean, I don't know. You have to wait for a while for your hair to actually just kind of be faded in a way, and I like it when it's not like super in your face. I do enjoy this. So next time, I think I'll go with pink, and I actually just kind of made a decision to try different things as I'm actively growing this part of my hair. Like, I want to have it really long, and I've decided to keep this blue thing, keep the pink, and probably go with like another color at some point. Like, I don't know, will it be red, will it be purple, will it be something else? Like, I don't know, but I think it's gonna be fun anyway. David Mendoza, hello and welcome. How are you doing? And home life, sorry. Welcome, how are you doing? What's up? And thank you so much for dropping by. How are you? What's up? Where do I begin? Pop Jake, also hello and welcome. How are you doing? What's up? I hope you had a great stream. Okay, how do I... Rick says your hair looks great. Thank you. Crooked Vulture and Sean Sebastian as well. Thank you for dropping by. And Pop Jake 01 and Sprout. Hi, what are you doing? What's up? Hope you're having a good one. Rex, thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate that. Saw your tweet, wanted to come and show you and your community some love. Have a great stream. Thank you so much. And Jarvie, I hope I'm not butchering your name. Jarvie rocks. Hi and welcome. Also, how are you today? WRB, also welcome. Hello, and Mac the Big Mac. Hi, what's up? There are quite a bit of you. Very happy to have you around. I'm gonna be playing Dragonflight today, and I don't know if you play World of Warcraft or if you know. WoW. This is something that I normally do when there's nothing to do in Final Fantasy XIV. There are plenty of things to do in Final Fantasy XIV right now, but I just kind of want to finish this story. Pop Jake, thank you so much for this super chat. I appreciate it. How are you? Next time you ever hear, much love. Thank you. And Home Life, thank you so much for the super chat as well. I appreciate it. I am definitely having a great day. Lots of new faces. What do you play? What did you stream today? Okay, let me actually grab my earbuds because I don't actually feel like I'm playing anything when I can't hear the in-game music. Ah, there we go. There we go. David Mendoza, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you for dropping by. I appreciate that. And I'm glad you like my hair. Actually, today I got my hair cut. Well, not this part. This is like the only part that I cut. I'm actually trying really hard to grow this part of my hair, and now that I'm trying to grow it, it just feels like it's growing very, very slowly. But I look forward to, like, every time I need to dye my hair, which means that it's grown out a little bit, and I get so excited. I know nothing about what we're doing, but I'm here for it. Well, I'm glad. This is World of Warcraft, so they have the newest expansion called Dragonflight, which I unfortunately haven't been a part of at launch because apparently the game is very good. So today what we're doing is just basically going through the questline. I'm level 66 out of 70. And I've mostly been doing Final Fantasy XIV lately here on stream, and a little bit of Dragonflight. Wow, Dragonflight. I'm a big Final Fantasy fan. I would love to hear what you like to play.
A moment of your time, hero.
Oh, hello.
I promise it shall not be wasted.
You will have a moment of my time, that's fine, but you are very loud. Was this loud? I kinda think this was a little bit loud. Was it? Was it not? Well, they did Reacts today, so they're ready to see video games. Well, I'm glad. No, that startled me. Like my earbuds are the ones that like go, what are they called? Like the ones that go like directly in your ear. So the dragon literally entered my brain and yelled at me. Like whatever it is that you've been through when he started talking, it was like 10 times worse for me, I promise you. I'm gonna turn it down a little bit so that you can still hear it. Let's put it at 3. Okay, I think we're fine. I'm sure they will be. They seem like a lovely community so far, and thank you so much for sending them my way. Kenyo, hello and welcome. What's up? How are you doing today? If I did miss anyone or anyone's message or anything, do feel free to spam my chat again. I actually stream on YouTube and on Twitch, so regardless of which experience you prefer, you can, watch the stream on any of the platforms you choose. So I look at the chat in one singular browser, and sometimes messages do escape me. So if I ever miss your message, just spam it again. Do I like today's appearance? No, I look weird. Okay, let's change that. I do have a few transmogs that I used to wear before. This is my pirate transmog. That's a little creepy, but sure, let's go for it. Thank you for the likes, and thank you so much again for the support. I really appreciate that. You guys have made my day. I'm gonna go to bed, but I'm actually curious about WoW because I've never played it before. Oh, really? Oh, which games do you normally play? I used to play WoW a lot. Like I've played WoW since Draenor, and that's one of the expansions for those of you who don't play. And a few years later, I actually quit during Shadowlands, which was a pretty poorly made expansion overall. And there were some things that I just made me want to separate myself from the franchise in general. And I started playing Final Fantasy XIV, which, in my honest opinion, was like one of the best things that I ever did for myself, because the community is great and I absolutely love the game. But I think it's time. It's time for me to go back to World of Warcraft a little bit and at least know the story. Because as a content creator, especially the creator who does like MMORPGs, every time people talk about Dragonflight story, I'm like, la la la, don't talk to me. I don't want to hear any spoilers. So what happened is that I just decided to learn the story so that I don't have to like avoid the spoilers. I play FF14, never played WoW. Oh, fellow warrior of light, welcome. What world are you on? I'm on Lich. That's Europe. We actually started recently rebuilding the community, and it's been going really well. I've been enjoying the new patch. Are you a new player, or have you been playing the new patch recently? Love the hair. Thank you. I appreciate that. Played Overwatch till what happened? Oh, like the Overwatch 2? Is that what you're referring to? Or play Apex, Rocket League, Overwatch 2, and then a lot of RPGs and JRPGs. I'm playing Diablo 4 and FF16 in June. I'm very excited. Oh, I'm so excited for Final Fantasy 16 as well. I cannot wait. It's gonna be so good. I do stream on 2 of my YouTube channels. Sometimes I'm here, sometimes I'm on Vplays. Vplays is my baby channel. That's where I do my other like RPGs, JRPGs, and variety. And this is my almost exclusively MMO RPG channel, where I don't play a lot of like turn-based or action RPGs or anything of the sort. I leave that for my other channel as well. You're welcome there as well. I haven't streamed there in a while because I've been playing Star Wars: The Old Republic, World of Warcraft, and Final Fantasy XIV lately. So that's pretty much what I've been up to. And what's your favorite JRPG?
Our final meeting.
Alright, so the first quest for today, the flow of time. By the way, I read all the quests. I quest dreadfully slowly, so prepare for that. The threads of time flow like a river with many bends and branches. Occasionally, those flows can be changed. However, any anomaly left unresolved may doom our destiny to a false timeline. We are quickly approaching one of those anomalies. I have sent Chronormu to the shifting sands to investigate and correct any issues to one true timeline. I foresee that your assistance will be invaluable. Please lend your aid and meet with Chronormal. Let's do that. Amazing.
As it was meant to.
Oh, I see. Wait, you said she has a great personality. Wait, who are you referring to? Is that another streamer? Or... Sorry, I don't think I caught that message. He tries to play Apex. Oh gosh. I actually never played Apex Legends, so I can't judge at all. The only RPG I've been playing recently is Greedfall. I actually don't know Greedfall. I've mostly been playing Final Fantasy games lately because I have never owned a console, which is very sadsies. But I am very happy to start exploring it. I'm actually hoping to get the PlayStation 5 next month so that I can comfortably play FF16 without having to escape spoilers until December. I was referring. Oh, you're referring to me. Oh, sorry, my brain is a little bit of a mush. Never played WoW as well. My friend used to play it. I thought about playing it, but the only MMO I have played is Elder Scrolls Online. It was fun. I keep getting Elder Scrolls Online recommended to me, but I haven't gotten around to play it yet. What I'm looking for right now is the Flight Master, and I do not think that there is currently a Flight Master around here. So we're gonna try, like, I don't want to try to fly across the region. This is not gonna work. Because my dragon... Oh, it actually might work. My dragon is actually not strong enough. That's the problem. Because there's a new system in WoW now, which is called dragon riding, which kind of requires you to kind of level up your dragon strength. And I have been less than diligent when it comes to this. So my dragon is literally a fledgling, and I have not been taking care of that. So what I'm trying to do is at least traverse an amount of distance before my dragon starts dropping, which will happen sooner rather than later. Oh, I actually might just make it, because if I shift myself like this, if I go down... I made it! I cannot believe I made it. It is cool. It is cool. This is the first time ever that they've decided to incorporate something like this into the game. And it always used to be really bad because, well, really bad, just really inconvenient because as you were leveling, you were never historically able to fly in World of Warcraft. So now they have like a dragon-themed expansion where you get a fledgling dragon straight away to command. And that's a big deal for WoW, because you were never able to fly well just going through the story. And this makes it so much better, so much easier, so much faster. Although, I don't really care about the speed, let's be honest. Like, I am the slowest person ever when it comes to questing. Because I like to roleplay a lot. Like, that's really important to me, to, you know, read every quest and to really kind of think about it. So, for me, that's a big deal. Now, Storm sent me to help.
Good luck,
She looks a lot like Chromie.
The time waves are in chaos. We'll need
Oh.
as much help as we can get to fix them.
Is the sound okay? Too loud? Too quiet?
To corrupt our bronze oath stone in the temporal conflux. That stone embodies our calling to protect all time.
For context,
If corrupted, anything could happen, including
bronze dragons are the dragons who manipulate time. So these are like
Let that infinite turn Nose Dormu
theme
into his
quests.
awful, dark, alternate self. I'm going to go try and hold her off. You help Dante sort things out down here.
Down here, I have a dragon. I could just as easily, you know, it's like they're always up there fighting, and I'm here being treated like I don't have a dragon of my own. That's great. Oh, I'm glad that sounds okay. I wouldn't want you to miss out on these voice acts. I did miss this from Final Fantasy XIV, even though I do love the game, but like not everything is voice acted, and some of the big moments that I thought should have been voice acted, they were not. And even though WoW has a little bit of a mediocre quest thing where the quests are just very long to read and not very like read friendly, they do a lot of voice acting, and that makes me really happy. I wish I could get into WoW, but WoW is before my time. I wouldn't necessarily say that like is before anyone's time because they did refresh the game with like I don't want to say new systems, that wouldn't paint the right picture. They made it so that the newest expansions are very friendly towards new players, especially the Dragonflight. In Dragonflight, you just like appear and you battle with dragons and you have to know anything. So it's been working really well so far, at least from what I see. But yeah, I get it. I get it. Sometimes it can be overwhelming to just like step into an MMORPG that is like 15 years old. Rex, thank you so much for the super chat, and I appreciate you coming here with your community. I don't know what I was gonna say. I was reading my messages. I hope you have a lovely, lovely, lovely day ahead. Thank you. Oh, I've actually only just met Rex, but I'm very happy to meet Rex, and we should definitely play something together if we can. I would probably be on my other channel if I was to do any sort of variety. Rex converted to a full-time WoW streamer yet? Oh man, like anyone who's starting with WoW, all I can say is like I'll see you in a month.
I have time.
There is a lot of questing. I love how he says I have time for you. Because they're all like time based. It's a cringe joke, but it makes me happy. Perhaps the greatest irony of being a time walker is having all of time to study and yet no time to study.
You know where to find me.
Hello, Druid. You are right on time. Some trouble up at the temple is causing the time waves to destabilize and spill out into the valley. Not only that, but a bunch of time walkers are missing. We've asked for extra help, but one of the new recruits hasn't arrived yet. Can you look for her? Be careful though, time is in a massive state of flux around the valley. There is no knowing what dangers are around. Sure. Is there more? There isn't any more.
I know you'll find everyone and get it figured out. Meet me at the temporal conflux after.
Honestly, I'm very, very happy to be seeing people from YouTube communities because I keep telling people that YouTube streaming as a concept is definitely alive, but people still cling to Twitch, in my opinion, way too much. Even though Twitch has been showing time and time again that they don't respect their content creators. For me, honestly, Twitch is just kind of like free exposure because I'm not an affiliate on Twitch. I actually had to break my contract so that I could stream on both Twitch and YouTube. So I canceled it and now I'm just there. And I hope that people over time will realize that YouTube, should it want to, it could step all over Twitch and just bring people to YouTube. But I honestly think, this is just my conspiracy theory anyway, but I think they have some sort of like, you know, a deal of some sort where YouTube is simply not doing that because they definitely can. They have the capacity, they have a giant platform, and if only they made live streaming a little bit better, I think they could. But they haven't, so I mean, it works for me. I can just be in both places at the same time, so it's all good. But I'm very happy to always meet like new YouTube communities and people who actually believe that their streamers are on YouTube.
I am always ready.
I knew somebody would come around, eventually.
I know I can.
Haven't got time for the pain. One moment. My first assignment. Unstable temporal energy seeping into the forest, affecting the wildlife. Need to assess the impact and collect that magic for the Time Walkers. Zira shakes her head a moment. I was examining a pack of Vorquin when I was attacked by a crazed bear overflowing with time magic. It caught me off guard. I barely escaped. Could you find my missing gear for me? You might also have to deal with that bear. Thanks. That's lovely.
Well.
I'm only 2 years older than WoW. That makes me feel young. Well, yeah, in a sense, but I think that WoW, even though it has some outdated systems for sure, I think lately they've been really trying to catch up with what a modern game is supposed to look like. I think that the big Blizzard Activision scandal from 2 years ago really shook them and really made them realize that they're not going to be on top forever. They used to be like the top MMORPG, but then Final Fantasy XIV and some other games, in my opinion at least, they started really to kind of creep up to them, and I'm glad that they did, because I think that it made WoW better, like so much better, as the game respects your time a lot more now, which for me has been always the most important thing. This is gonna be a problem because now everyone here is higher level than me. I haven't been doing dungeons, which is like, I guess the way you should level also, but I've mostly been focusing on the story, and I'm probably not going to be happy about this, but let's see how this goes. I'm also relearning Druid. I used to play Druid a lot before. Before I left WoW, that is, and now I'm just trying to remember what my spells do, which is proving to be okay. I'm ready to berserk. There we go. Oh, can you hear the thunder? I can actually hear it through my headset as well. It's very unnerving, but thankfully I do live in a. Is this, what is this? Oh shit, that's a heal. I thought that was gonna be an AoE. Oh god. Never mind. I just have to be sparing with my cooldowns, as he seems to have a lot of abilities to interrupt. Okay, one-on-one. This is not that bad. I thought that this would be. Oh no 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 no! Stop stop! Oh shit! Everything's on cooldown. Everything's on cooldown. There we go. I don't know if that's a heal. That looked awful like a heal or something that I wouldn't enjoy anyways. But there we go. Just keep feeling young while you can. You can hold off for a long time. I think that we have been misled as a society into thinking that we can grow old just because our bodies grow old. I know that I will never grow old, because they told me after that, like, after I'm done with, like, let's say puberty or whatever, they told me that I was gonna grow out of everything that I like, and I haven't yet, and now no one's telling me anything. They're not saying, hey, you're gonna grow up at the age of 30 or 35 or 40 or 50 or 60. I think I've missed the check mark of, like, where I want to say most people grow up, in a sense. And I think that everyone is, including myself, are reconciled with the fact that I just never will, and I'm much happier that way. I think we are having a lot more fun just not trying to, you know, be what the society thinks grown-ups should do or should like. Camazut92, hi and welcome. How are you doing? What's up? Can't wait to learn more about WoW. WoW has a very, very rich history, and for better or for worse, each expansion like tells a different story. There are like characters that kind of go along with the story through all of the story arcs, but I'd say that for as long as you start and you don't worry about what happened in the past, and you eventually go back and like learn the history, I think it's fine. And also, thank you for the sub. I'm glad you're enjoying the content. I just got your YouTube reminder notification that you went live 35 minutes late. Really? They're letting me down? Oh god. And I'm glad that you are well. How's everyone's weekend, by the way? Today is Saturday, but I don't feel like it's Saturday because I actually have been streaming all week. So it just feels like a very, 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 very long, continuous weekend since, like, Monday. D-Words, hi, welcome back. How are you doing? We playing WoW again? Yes. Yes, I have to know this story. I am sick and tired of not talking to people about Dragonflight because I am too afraid of the spoilers. I used to play a ton of Hearthstone. Me too! Before playing WoW, and any other games really, I used to play Hearthstone only. Mostly competitively, like through tournaments and such. Like, I used to love climbing. But I stopped playing Hearthstone when I realized that diapers cost more than the diapers cost less than Hearthstone packs, is what I was gonna say. So somewhere around that time, I had my kid, and I realized that I just can't afford Hearthstone. I still love the game, but it just became impossible to catch up with.
We make a good team.
It was raining all weekend. My yard is under the sea at the
Did we
moment.
do it?
I bet it's very bad outside. Hearthstone's pay-to-win game. Unfortunately, it became pay-to-play, in a sense. They do have other modes that don't require you to pay, so you can just enjoy them, kind of like Battlegrounds, and I don't know if Mercenaries are pay-to-win or not. I haven't been around, but I
think
have
that
been
went well.
unhappy with the competitive scene and what you actually have to invest to be competitive in Hearthstone, so I decided to step away. I miss the game. I have this eternal addiction to Hearthstone. Like, every time I see it, you know, I want to play it, but it's been too much. It's been too much. Hearthstone at times was getting me like really, I don't want to say depressed. Well, I guess depression is a good word, because I also used to be very very passionate about my rank, and especially about streaming. So sometimes I remember these streams when I would start my stream in Legend, let's say top 100 or top 150, and what would happen is I would start dropping, and as I was dropping ranks, my anxiety would rise, even though I had, like, you know, people watching and cheering me on and whatnot. I would, like, take a break to, like, I don't know, go to bathroom or whatever, and then I would sit on the floor for, like, I don't know, 5 or 10 minutes. I would be crying, because I didn't want to cry on stream, and, like, it was just affecting me so much. Like, I would just, like, cry at every break that I had, and then I would just, like, pretend that nothing happened, and I wouldn't cheer up until I started climbing again. Like, I was too passionate about the rank, and it affected me while I was streaming. I stopped having fun while streaming, and I just streamed to play, basically, and it was like getting me nowhere. And there were days when I would be like off stream when nobody was even watching me, but I would be climbing, well, I would be trying to climb ranks, but I would just be dropping the ranks continuously. Mostly in Legend, I would never cry or be sad about like not being able to reach Legend. Like, at some point that was never a problem, but at some point, I don't know, at the end of the month when I needed to climb, I would just be dropping, and sometimes I would spend like days just crying in my bed. It was terrible. Back then I didn't have a kid. I didn't know what real problems were, so that was a long time ago. Any upcoming games besides Final Fantasy that you are excited for? Well, I'm excited for 2 Final Fantasies. Does that count? I'm mostly hyped for Final Fantasy 16 and for Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth. So those are my 2 big games that I am just very, very excited about. I also got myself ready to play Star Wars Jedi Survivor. I recently played through Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, and I was very, very happy with the game. But then I didn't want to purchase it because of like all the PC issues and whatnot, and I'm gonna be getting a PlayStation hopefully next month, so I just realized that I can always play it on PlayStation, where the game is apparently, you know, good, decent, or whatever, so I can just do that whenever it happens. This sounds like me in Overwatch. Oh, that's sad, C's. Will you play the new Gollum game? No, I won't. I wanted to. Gollum was something that my friends asked me about, and they were like, why do you even want to play this game? Like, Gollum was just something that was just, I was just morbidly curious about this game, because Gollum has such a tragic story that I wanted to experience. As a huge Lord of the Rings fan, I just, you know, wanted to be in that world again and see how they presented the story. But then I saw Gollum, and I know this is gonna sound bad, but even before like all of the issues and everything, like, I looked at Gollum, and Gollum is so ugly, I can't stand it. Like, I know that Gollum is supposed to be ugly, but it's not ugly in like a physically ugly way. Like, I would have been fine with a little ugly Gollum, because that's what Gollum is. I liked Gollum, you know? I liked it. But this Gollum is just, like, what the hell is that? You know, like, I was looking at the footage, and like some cutscenes are like flickering, like the light is literally going on and off, and Gollum's hair is like appearing and then disappearing and then appearing again and disappearing again. It's like, what year was this game made in? You know, I'm not a game developer. I have a lot of appreciation for a lot of effort that people put out, but I'm offended by the audacity to put up a game like that online in front of the overly critical community already and call it a friggin' game, you know? And then I discover that they put this mode of like companion mode or whatever, which is supposed to be just given in any like adventure game or whatever. Like, it's just supposed to be something that you have. Like, imagine playing Nier Automata and having to pay to have a Grimoire Vice walking around next to you. Would you pay for it? Okay, bad example. I probably would, because Grimoire Vice. But, you know, it's bad. And then, do you know what the companion is? The companion is a bird. A bird that Gollum is hatching and, like, trying to teach it, like, how to bring things or whatever. Gollum would not hatch a bird. Gollum would snap that bird's neck in a second and eat it raw. You know, Gollum would never do this. It's like, why do they put things in the game that actually don't fit the story and the narrative at all? It makes me so angry. That thunder sounds close. It is close. It's been really bad for the past like couple of days, and I'm just very happy to be living in a building so that I don't like have to worry about basically my house being hit. It has happened to me before, and that's a very, very scary thing. We're trying to get Rex to play it, like for a meme, or you actually believe in this game. It's actually a shame the game is so bad. It could have been quite an interesting idea for a game. Yes, it could have been like this representation of a misunderstood villain, you know, who you develop like a lot of sympathy for, and you discover what the story was like from his perspective. Like, imagine, like, to me, that game represented a cool idea that I think if they made like a Maleficent game, like the way they made movies, if they had made a Maleficent game, and Maleficent is one of my favorite characters, like, I think that would be so cool. Like, those, like, it would be in, like, this idea is in the range of that idea for me. I think it's a fantastic idea to make a Gollum game, and to make it ugly. Like, you can make Gollum ugly, like, I don't care. Gollum is not supposed to be pretty, you know? Gollum is Smeagol who turned Gollum, and it's fine. And it's like, I don't understand why it can't be ugly but looking good. You know what I mean? This is grotesque. Like, I don't know how else to describe it. It's just not good. It makes me uncomfortable to see it. And the game glitches so hard. It's like, I'm looking at footage of people with the top-end graphics cards and everything, and their game glitches kind of like the way my PC was glitching in 2015, trying to run 2015 games with I don't know, with the 2007 software and hardware. It was bad. Or the meme Rex will be playing, he just doesn't know yet. Oh god. Could have been great exploring his split personality and everything. Yes! Like, the dialogue could have been insane. The scenes where he switches from like one of the personalities to another. There's so much to explore. The combat could have been better, because Gollum is someone who doesn't really do like a lot of weapons, but he is someone you are afraid of. Like, if you meet Gollum in a dark alley, like, you lose your shit, because he's unpredictable. He's like, you know, like, he's someone to you worry about. And like, what I've seen from the combat, it's just not good. Like, I said this yesterday, I'm not a big complainer when it comes to the games. The game doesn't have to offer, I don't know, the moon and the stars for me to be happy. Like, I just like having fun in games, you know? Like, I don't really care if a story has a few flaws, if, you know, there's a glitch here and there, but that game is just wild. Almost makes one learn how to program games. Like, honestly, I think lately with all of these apologies and everything that's been going on, I think a lot of us have just been, I don't know, continuously having to learn more and more about how things in games work, which never used to have to be the case. Like, we used to just buy a game and we didn't know how the game was made. If you paid for it, it was probably good, because people back then didn't have the balls to put out a game that people would trash them for because the games couldn't be patched, right? And now that the games could be patched, I feel like it serves as an excuse to just put out anything, because people who set these deadlines, they don't care about the first impression. They're just like, okay, let's put out a game, and then this is the first update, this is the second update, this is the third. Like, they don't shift these deadlines anymore, so that the game comes out like it as a proper kind of product. You know, they just like see it as some sort of a beta version, and it's annoying. I think I will just play Battlefield Middle Earth, both parts, if I want real Lord of the Rings game. I actually never got to play it. They made just a bare-bone game and they just milked it. Yeah, exactly. It comes out half-baked. It is milking, and honestly, it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. Like, I'm just literally, for the past couple of years, we've just been sitting here watching how they serve us an apology after apology after apology, to the point that now these apologies have entered an internal competition on who's going to use the least PR language, who's going to resonate the most with the players, and of course who's going to have the prettiest background on their, apology post or whatever. How about you just make the game look nice instead of making your apology post look nice? It's disgusting. It's so annoying. Anyway, time's running out. With the bronze temple under attack, temporal energy is seeping out everywhere. That probably can't be good. The Time Walkers placed collectors all through this forest, trying to gather all the errant magic. Anything collected can also be used as extra power, which is a good thing. This crisis is draining all our resources. I was supposed to retrieve the collectors, but still need a moment to catch my breath. Could you get them for me?
Did you do it?
I don't think we have a choice.
We make a good
I'm in a
team.
bottle. Great. The Time Walker staff intact, but it's definitely drained. I know. You can recharge it using the temporal energy coalescing around wildlife here. Unfortunately, that means defeating affected creatures in the forest. The energies were making them dangerous and unstable, and we would have had to cull the population after anyhow. Sometimes you have to sacrifice for the greater good. Could you help? I still need a minute.
I know I can.
She's like, I still need a minute, and then she immediately gets up. Amazing. She could have helped us. What's Kerbal Space Program? I've actually never... is it embarrassing if I say that I've never heard of the game? Like, I always feel weird about saying this, because I'm literally making it my life's mission to know about games, and then I'm like, what game is this? I think you should learn Unreal Engine 5 and make the Gollum game we all wanted. See, that's the sad thing, in my opinion, about a Gollum game. No one initially ever even wanted a Gollum game to begin with, and I stand by this. However, I don't think that that's an excuse for making a bad game. I think... What's a time energy? Oh, that's something I need to collect. Never mind. I think that we could have all gotten on board with a Gollum game if a Gollum game turned out to be something that we ended up like being interested in, you know? I don't know how else to say it. It's a weird niche idea to get players to want to play this little thing, you know? But we know that he has a good story, and it would be so cool, it would have been so cool to actually explore this story, but no! You know, it's annoying. Amazon had no intention of getting gamers to like them, so they hired some random German developer. Is there something about German developers that is I don't know, that is bad, or these ones are just actually German? I don't think it has anything to do with like where the developers come from, but if they really are just hired just for this project without actually showing any sort of like I want to say credentials or passion for this project whatsoever, then I can see totally how this game can go sideways. Absolutely. It's a space flight simulator with cute little green dudes that die if you build a rocket wrong. No tutorial is rough. I see. See, even that, at the moment, to me sounds more appealing than playing Gollum. And Gollum was something that I was excited about. ESP makes you learn orbital mechanics. I see. I learned my space stuff from games that I shouldn't have been learning from. I learned my space from Warblade and from Chicken Invaders. That's all of the space science that I've ever had. I do love Chicken Invaders. I cannot wait for Age of Mythology Remastered, but I do recommend Age of Empire 2 Remastered. Return to Rome DLC to play. Yeah, we have very different, I guess, different tastes when it comes to games. I don't necessarily mind these kinds of strategic games, but I've never been a real fan. For example, I have the access to the newest Warhammer through like Steam Family Share or whatever, but it never even occurred to me to play Warhammer, even though it's a good game, and I know that a lot of people enjoy the shit out of Warhammer. It's just not my thing at all, and I don't know, like I never even felt the urge to even check out the game in any way, shape, or form. The devs are German, they usually are focused on really well-made point-and-click style games. Oh, I see. See, I don't know, I'm gonna be honest, I don't know much about game development. I don't know which things, certain developers like to focus on or whatever. I know a little bit about the way the Japanese develop games just because I'm a fan of mostly JRPGs and play a shit ton of them, so I see, you know, which things they focus on, which tropes they like to use and how they design their games, and I trust my chosen studios to do their job well, and they do it. But when it comes to Europe and the States and like all the other developers, I don't really have like a trusted developer who I go to. I mostly don't trust anyone. Enjoy your food, Kamazot. Thank you for dropping by. My other main survival game are Space Engineers and Empyrean Galactic Survival. See, I don't know any of these games. Like, I don't know. It's probably because I don't know, except for like Star Wars, I've never really been a fan of space games, but I guess for someone who doesn't like space games, I spend a lot of time playing Final Fantasy IV Endwalker. I talk about Warblade and Chicken Invaders and play like Star Wars Jedis, I think. We could say that even though I'm not an original fan of space games, I've probably become a willing participant over time. Yeah, when it comes to game developers, I am learning time and time again, especially lately, to not trust anyone until I see what the games are really made of. I could have spent hundreds of dollars, euros, whatever, this year had I purchased all of the games that I initially wanted to play. I wanted to play Star Wars Jedi Survivor, and I think I will end up buying that game, but I will wait for a time when I can play it, on a platform where it works. I could have spent $60 on the freaking, what's it called, the Gollum game, because I was curious about it, but I won't. I definitely won't, because no matter how many bugs they fix, they're still not going to make the story experience better. I expected I expected that they will dive deep into the actual story of Gollum, and according to the people who have finished the game, that did not happen. So there's no reason for me to play a game for the story if I know in advance that the story is just not there. I have nothing to search for in that game, so unfortunately, I will not be playing it. I mean, I will be following the development to see if they even, you know, decided to fix the bugs or whatever, so that I can say, hey, for anyone interested in playing the Gollum game, it's apparently good now, mechanics-wise. But I will never go and say that the story is good. First of all, I didn't play the game, and second of all, the people who have somehow finished the game, they're not happy with the way the story is. So there's nothing for me to base any sort of positive word of mouth feedback or endorsement on. I just really wanted a lore game. I wanted to, you know, like, I thought that I would enjoy this game because whenever I would like read the books or even like watch these extended cuts from Lord of the Rings movies, I would always be so interested in the time when they would showcase like what Gollum's life was like, not just when he became Gollum, but before that as well, like when he was Smeagol. I loved how that was described in the books, and I always wondered, you know, how it all came to be. Like there are a few pages in the book, I don't know if you read it, but they did explain a little bit about like who he was and how he became corrupted and how, you know, he murdered his friend and whatnot. And like these things, like I don't know if they're in the game, but I think if they were, people would have said that, you know, they really did expand on the lore, and apparently that didn't happen. The Sister 1984, hello and welcome back. How are you today? What's up? Fallout New Vegas was great. Unfortunately, I live in Vegas. How does that make you feel? Like when a game, especially with a theme like that, is made basically based on where you walk around every day. I will probably never have that happening. I don't think there will ever be a game made where you I don't know, walk around Serbia and do anything meaningful. Thank God we're not famous. Well, we sometimes get famous for the wrong things, but you know. Anyways, name still butcher. I don't know how to read it. Help me. Teach me how to read it. I promise it's not on purpose. See, that's the problem. I say something once, and the way I say it, my brain like has like some sort of muscle memory when it comes to speech, and I have a very hard time like not saying it like that again. Could it be that I'm just not dying anymore, or these are just not a big deal? Because I expected this zone to actually be completely savage. Sean. Oh, Seanster. Oh, I see. See, do you know what? I should have known. Seanster. I should have known this. And do you know why? Because I used to date an Irish dude who had his, well, he had your name, and that's exactly how it used to be. Well, how it is pronounced. He's still alive, to my knowledge. But I should have remembered that that's the same kind of spelling that I needed to relearn. Because I remember being confused about his name like 10 years ago as well. I could probably survive New Vegas better than the real Vegas. What makes you say that? Sean. Okay, now I will remember. Can I just call you Sean? Is that your name? 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 Is that your name Because if I try to say the whole thing, I will probably mess it up again. Alright, then we're all good. I will know your name forever and ever, now that I've made this mental reference. What now? Oh my god, we still haven't finished this. I was like escaping it, like he has nothing of use for me. Oh, he actually does not. Never mind. They haven't explained to me what time energy is. I keep... Well, I'm trying to figure that out, but... How? How did she see me? Since when does a goat-looking thing summon an eagle to its defense? I thought that, if anything, they would be like mortal enemies or something. Well, it appears that we have to kill this one or run away. As I can't Shadow Mend at the moment. But that's fine. She attacked me. She deserves this. Imagine I die now, though. Oh, that would be horrible. I don't even want to think about it. That would be disgusting. New Vegas doesn't get to... Oh, it was a weather reference. I thought maybe you were talking about the prices, the government, or something like that. I was actually very curious to hear what the real reason would be. Oh, that's hilarious, though. No, it doesn't get as hot around here. Only when I really find it inconvenient. That's the only time that it really does happen. But what's interesting is that we had a lot of like government-related stuff happening in our country in the past couple of days. We had like it was like a gathering organized by our president where people were brought in to show support. But the moment the speech started, there was like a massive just rain and thunder and everything. Do you remember yesterday when I was streaming? Yesterday, that's when it started. And people started like going home. So there's now there's this belief that he triggered it. And that the nature simply said, no, we shall not have this today. And it's been raining ever since. It's just nuclear wasteland without the nuclear part. Oh, well, that doesn't sound good at all.
I can help.
And nature said no. Luckily, I never go anywhere. It's like I'm so happy and so grateful that I've put myself into a position where no one can blackmail me with anything. No one can get me to do things that I don't want to do because I will be threatened with the loss of my workplace or the loss of I don't know, any benefits that I have for my child or whatever. They can't threaten me with, I don't know, my child losing a spot at the public daycare. Nobody can threaten me with having my job, you know, lost or something like that, which sometimes does happen. And I know that I sound like a snob when I say that money does solve things, but I work very hard. And I'm just so happy and so grateful that I get to work hard and that I don't get to be completely reliant on the jobs and the opportunities offered by government. Because that would put me in a position where I have to do things that I don't want to do. So I'm very, very happy. Yes, he stepped down as the president of the party. Funnily enough, the person who he's choosing to elect is the former mayor of my city. That's gonna be a development. Yeah, it's like, I don't like it when people say like, oh, money can't buy happiness. No, but money does buy quality of life things that help you not be miserable. Like, I don't think I'm a snob or a horrible person for saying that. It's the currency of this life. You know? It's like, I don't know, like, what kind of world do you have to live in to say, hey, money can't make you happy? Yes, there are things that money can't buy, which are mostly emotional. But there are a lot of things that you can buy with money that will make you healthier, that will make you more at peace, that will make you more safe, that will provide you with more opportunities. Like, come on. You know? Like, we're not kids anymore. Well, at least not people from around here, I wouldn't think. Like, when we were kids, we were taught that money can't buy happiness, but we were never told what things money can buy. We were never told because mostly, well, my parents, our parents, whatever, they didn't have this money and they didn't have these opportunities, so they didn't get to show us what money can be used for, or good, or whatever. Too much is never good. Like, I don't think, like, okay, like, have these like hot takes that are gonna get me canceled one day, but I don't think that any person should have more than they can possibly spend or even give away or whatever. Like, I think for like the people who do rule the world with money, I think that there should be a cap where they do have to give some money to the people who don't even have opportunities to make money. I have these takes that I try not to bring up, but I do believe in it. Regardless of how hard you work, you can never work so hard that you earn yourself 5 or 6 or 7 or 15 lifetimes worth of money and still say that you've worked that hard. Normally, when you have 15 lifetimes worths of money in your savings, I think you've worked a little less hard than what you should have. You know, like, that's just my opinion. My mom was a single mother for the longest time, and she made it look easy when I was younger. But when I got older, I understand money means a lot. Yeah, exactly. Like, I'm a single mom, you know? Like, in a way that, like, I live with my son. Like, we are on our own. And I can only hope that one day he will understand the meaning behind the money that had to go into that. So I completely understand what you're talking about, and it's a it's a big deal. It's a big deal to raise a kid, mostly on your own in that sort of. Fortunately, it's essential. 1% of the world population owns 99% of the wealthy, and inequality is a big problem. It is, and I think that. Okay, I'm never a fan of giving money away just so that someone else can have money. Because if you give $1,000 to a person who's never had $1,000 ever before and has never been taught what to do with $1,000, that person will just spend the $1,000 and they will never ever again create opportunities for themselves to earn more than $1,000. That's why I don't believe in handouts. I don't think anyone should ever receive handouts whatsoever, especially if you judge that that person is going to simply spend it without creating an opportunity for themselves to grow further. So what I believe in is that this money that is extra, I don't think it should be given as a handout. I don't think that state or country or whatever handouts are necessarily a good thing. They do help people get by, and I don't think they should be taken away, don't get me wrong. But I think that more of this extra money should be invested into creating opportunities for these people to learn what to do when given money. But for me, that's a very important thing, because some people have never received education or an opportunity to realize that a certain amount of money can be turned into more money that will last them longer. And I think that that's where we're lacking. I don't know if that's education. I don't know if that's growing industries and creating jobs where those people can get the opportunity to work and understand the value of money that they're getting. That's probably not a good idea. I don't know. We already have that. It shouldn't be a government regulated cap. They should know what is good for them comfort wise and share the rest with friends and family. Yes, I agree. That would be in my opinion, that's a little bit of an utopia, I guess. I'm not that optimistic about society. I don't think that given opportunity that anyone will that most people will in good conscience give away certain amounts of money because they have realized that they don't need that much. I think that people who have a lot of money also do mostly have a lot of knowledge on how that money can be multiplied. And there's a lot of, I guess, self-entitlement and greed and selfishness that people feel when they reach this point where they know exactly how that money is going to be turned into more money. So in that sense, it's not going to make sense for them to invest that money into someone else or give it to someone else when they know that in their hands that money will be multiplied and in someone else's hands it will not. So even though it is selfishness and greed, there's also very cold logic behind it. Because money is a resource, and people who have a lot of money treat their money in a different way. And they think that we have a saying here. They have a saying here, throwing gems or diamonds in front of pigs. I don't know if it's the same in English or any languages or whatever. It's basically, I feel like people would feel that way about giving away an amount of money, because in the eyes of rich people, let's call them rich people in one way or another, regardless of how they're rich, if they didn't just inherit their legacies or whatever, if they've created, their own legacies, their own investments and everything, they're going to see $1,000 as $100,000. If they give away $100, if they give away $1,000, they know they've given $100,000. That isn't realistically going to turn into $100,000 for that person. And I think that is something that okay, let me put it, like, I know you understand the point that I'm trying to make, but let me put it in this perspective as well. Let's say content creators, right? You have your resources that you choose to spend on entertainment, whether it's cable, whether it's games, whether it's supporting content creators or whatever. I think that it is a reasonable decision as a supporter of any content creator to spend time thinking about whether or not that content creator is going to turn $2 into $20 and invest further to create systems that will turn $20 into $200 so that they can keep existing, right? Some content creators are not at that stage, and that's totally fine. Some content creators get $20 and they don't have a system in place, and it will serve for something, however small, to maybe even just keep them going, and that's fine. But for continuous support, I do believe that content creators shouldn't just be talented. I think they should also be business savvy, and I think it's important to recognize who is business savvy to the point that they will keep themselves sustainable, so that your $3, however small you think that might be as an investment, you know that in the hands of that person it will be $30 or it will be $300. I think that's a very important thing with this, and I think that's the reason why crowdfunding isn't necessarily handouts. I think it's an investment, and I think that that's similar to how people, who have money, who could the thing that we talked about. I think there's a similar logic that applies there as well. Are you European? Yes, I live in Serbia, but my accent is a little weird. I actually spent some time living in the States, and I spent some time in Ireland as well. She's Lithuanian. I'm not What? No, I'm Ruthenian. Oh, okay. I'm gonna have to link this because no one knows what Ruthenians are. Okay, it's a minority. Okay, here we go. The first thing that you're gonna see is church stuff. It's not just a church. Yes, we do have there is a religion of a sort and whatnot, but it's a group of people, not just it's not a religious movement or anything. But yeah, no worries. But anyways, that's what I am. I just live in Serbia. We don't have our own. We don't have our own country. And yeah, I actually used to be very brave when I was a kid. I applied a scholarship, and by some miracle, I was able to get it. So I spent some time in the States, but I came back. Gabrielle, can you explain it, please? Basically, I don't know what country you guys are in, but if you have a group of people who are native to that country or native to that region, but they don't have their own country per se, even though they have their own language, they have their own culture, they have maybe their own religion, their own schools, their own customs. They live there, but they are not, well, yeah, they don't have a country. That's what we are here. I don't know how to. I don't know other examples for like colony. We're like we used to be people who migrated a lot, like nomads, right? Like that's kind of like the origin of who we are, and we just happened to land here, and we stayed. I don't know how else to describe it, but like there are Ruthenians like all over Europe, but there's a large concentration around here. So yeah. I mean, we look European. There's nothing in particular. Most Ruthenians, though, are much prettier than myself. They have like blonde hair and like blue eyes, and they look very you know, they're like that. But I didn't get those genes. I'm in the UK. I don't know if you have something like that in the UK. No, I don't know. Like I guess Native Americans would be kind of an example, but we don't have a history like that. Like we don't have we don't have the same kind of like gypsies. Yes and no. We definitely don't share their culture. But you could say that in terms of like being of a we are not okay. Gypsies will sometimes be perceived as a different like nationality or race or whatever based on the color of their skin, which is the difference, I guess. Because here nobody can tell like what I am. There's never a question on like whether you know I'm from Serbia or not, because I look pretty much the same as everyone else. So there's that. Like like when you look at me, you can't immediately tell that you know there's something, I was supposed to say, wrong, something different with me. Well, some people do look at me and think there's something wrong, but that's totally besides the point.
We make a good team. I
Anyway,
think that went well.
oh my god, my bag is full of everything. My bag is so full, and I actually have gear to equip. That's amazing. What is this? This is a trinket that I don't even need. Yeah, I don't need any of that stuff.
Did we do
Dante, this is the adventure
Nomad-ish,
I'm
I
talking
would
about.
say. We don't migrate
We
anymore,
have met.
but we used
They
to.
appear to be another promising new recruit.
Recruit, that's what I
So
am right
many
now.
books, so little time.
Feels like the first
I'll
time.
be deep in my books.
Shepherding the time ways is a dangerous duty. Though you are not a time walker, Ambassador Konormu believes you will be of great help. But to ensure your safety, we must properly train you. Unfortunately, all our instructors are still missing. I will do my best to help. Let us see how we both do. I know the Ambassador Konormu is counting on the both of
It
us.
has been a
Great.
time. Come along.
I don't like feeling
You as well, Zerathil.
Siazerth. Are you serious? I will never learn this name.
forward to already
What?
being master time walkers?
The bag does need tabs. Imagine if I had another tab like this. I shouldn't have shown you my inventory. That's terrible. I do love the music of this zone. It's so soothing. Oh, I need to talk to him. See, this glow is like very inconspicuous to me. I don't see some colors.
Is it that time
And like
already?
shades and such. I should turn on like the colorblind mode. Yeah, definitely not the same because people mostly don't know anything about our culture. like we don't really have like a, I want to say we have cultural elements that are unique to our culture, but we're not culturally distinctive to the point that when I say like who I am, even to the people who know who Ruthenians are around here, they don't know what that means. As in, they don't have, I guess, an inherited prejudice or an opinion of what I should be based on who I am. And that way, we're very, I should say, I want to say bland without offending my own culture. It's like, we don't have anything that special to it. Yes, there's a language. Yes, there's culture. Yes, there's music and whatnot. But it doesn't mean anything to anyone. No one cares. Is what I'm trying to say. So, so that's the difference. This will not make you officially a Time Walker, but you will at least have the proper introduction to keep you safe as you assist us. I'm ready to begin. What am I doing? This is how I quest slowly. This is my normal quest speed, if in case you're wondering.
That staff is able to harness temporal energy from a source. Please, give it a try.
Okay.
Well done. The staff can also be
Well
used
done,
to
indeed.
redirect the energy collected to a target such as this one.
Yeah, that wiki page is very boring. I actually, to be honest, I copied it because it contains the correct spelling. But if I were you, I would not be reading that. There's too much. Maybe there's like a YouTube video or something that explains it better. I should like have it on hand, should this topic ever emerge again. I should look into this.
Excellent. Now, try focusing your staff's energy at this artifact in
Where's
order
my
to
staff?
restore it
What?
to its time of origin.
Am I actually holding a staff?
Please, be careful.
Where is the staff? Never mind. Ouch!
It backfired. Brace yourself.
Ouch! What? What the? What was I supposed to do?
After years
Oh,
of imprisonment
what?
within the Emerald Nightmare, Archdruid Malfurion
This is how my game
has
started.
finally
This is
returned to the mortal world.
what? This is how I started as a night
Reunited
elf.
with his love, Tyrande Whisperwind, Malfurion
What?
endeavors now to heal the corrupted world.
Wait, what's
through
happening?
Yggdrasil and rejuvenate the spirit of the Night Elf people. Yet as the great cataclysm shakes the boughs of their colossal tree, the Night Elves brace themselves against the coming storm. As war and destruction close in from all sides, it falls to Night Elves like you to stand strong and protect the enduring legacy of your people.
What? Dude, that was the most unexpected flashback that I've ever had in my life.
This happens sometimes. We must return to the present, however.
Dude, they think they just...
Really, we must be going.
They think they took me back to the game. They basically took me back like 7 years back in my life.
We are going.
Like, I remember where I was sitting. No! No! Bring me back there! That's my home! No! No! No,
As
send
you
me
can
back.
see, there are serious consequences to wielding time magic improperly.
Send me back. I don't belong here. I remember like where I was sitting and what I was wearing when I played that for the first time. That was like 2015 or 16 or whatever. Dude, why would they do this to me? Why? Like I'm not recovering from this anytime soon. Holy shit. Like this looks like an ordinary cutscene. Just like a very very basic cutscene that, you know, everyone sees, but I think for everyone it means something different, you know? It's like the very beginning of your journey, and it took me way, way back. Time to check out what university's primary source archive holds about Ruthenians. That would actually be cool. Yeah, I forgot that that you have the power to do that. I think given your background and your resources and everything, you would probably be able to learn more about us than what I know.
I wish I could get back
Feels
to
like
my
the first
books.
time. I should have known that they were gonna
Deep
do
in my
something weird.
books.
That was quite unexpected. As you can see, there are many dangers that come with wielding time energy. I do wish there was time to examine the effects of your little hiccup, but there are more important matters. I want to go back to my hiccup. What are you talking about?
It has been a time.
Times like
Find
these.
time.
Despite the small hiccup during training, I believe you are prepared enough to aid us here. The distortions in the valley are allowing different time periods to cross over into ours. We are unsure why these timelines connect, which is quite alarming. We need more information. Please see if you can find anything about the creatures pouring in from different timelines. This can't be correct, can it? From different timelines, it has to say, right? I'm sure there. I'm not the person to correct anyone on their English, but I'm just trying to understand it. I'm sure their passage will have left some sort of residue. By studying it, we can hopefully find a way to get ahead of this crisis. Collect 104 residue. Okay. What's worrisome is that if this is a typo, it has me worried that not a lot of people have mentioned this or noticed this, so that they
You know
correct
where
it.
to find me.
Honestly, that would be so cool. It's like, that would remind me of, do you know, like Harry Potter? I think it was like the first movie or whatever, when Harry discovers that his dad was like a seeker, thanks to like Hermione taking him to that big what is it? That big shelf with like the trophies and such, and then she says like, it's in your blood or whatever, and then it turns out that she knew more about him than like what he knew about himself. I mean, it's different, but
I know what to do.
that's what it
is the
reminded me of.
problem?
If we could turn back time. A proper time walker never leaves a crisis half resolved. Why wait and study when we have the tools we need already? As you have my original staff, I found a spare for me to use. I'm sure no one will miss it. This is my plan. We team up on all those rifts together and save the day. All the days, really. Sorry. I still get confused about the time stuff. Dude, you're a time dragon. What do you mean? What do you say? The tasks should be simple enough, right?
I know
Sure.
I can. Let me head to the rifts first.
Sometimes the things that we have to do are quite cryptic, but later on, like when they play the cutscene, it makes sense. Like whatever it is that you had to do. But they're mostly very simple.
This should be easy.
That doesn't look easy at all. What are you doing? Like, I have no knowledge of this.
Not bad. Let me handle the next one by myself.
Please do, because I am very new at this. Honestly though, my nationality hasn't been coming up.
The energy
All
from
that
this
much.
rift feels primordial.
Okay, do I need to... Oh, I need to tell her to do
Yes, I
it.
can
Show me
help.
what you got. Yes, Murlocs!
Oh, this is not good.
Oh my god, she sent him into the...
Maybe you should handle
Oh
this.
my god, she sent him away. What? I thought she knew what she was doing anyways. I missed Murlocs. I think these are the first Murlocs that I've seen since I started WoW again. That being said, I haven't been playing all that much. Like, how do you miss out on Murlocs?
What is the problem?
The problem is I don't know how to do this.
I know I can.
You know you can, yet I must. Great.
I think a Murloc just merged into that timeline. Do we really need to tell Dante? It will be fine.
Oh god. We probably caused some big, what's it called? Ah, shit. Has anyone here seen, the Legends of Tomorrow? What's it called when, aberration? Is it aberration? Right? When there's something, like a discrepancy in the timeline, where they go back into the past and like fix it. Honestly, that is one of the fantasy slash history shows that I really enjoy. I love Legends of Tomorrow. They are so good. Some people think they're a bit cringe, but I'm a big fan.
You can close this one.
Yes, I will. I think they call them aberrations. When am I? I'm gonna ask this next time I wake up from a nap. When I put my son to sleep, I normally end up falling asleep for like at least a couple of hours. When am I is such a good question. Rory is the main man. Yes! Yes! Fellow Rory fans! Emerge! Yes, absolutely. Rory is my favorite character.
You cannot lose more time.
Are you one of the Time Walkers? Just the Time Walkers, they're here. Zera could lead you to them.
We must find the time.
Okay.
Why were you inside
When
that
am
time
I?
rift?
That is so cool.
It is a long story.
I have to remember that.
Dante is going to love this.
Dante is going to give you a lot of shit for sending a Murloc back into... Oh, into a time portal. Yeah, me too. Like, if I had time, I would have rewatched the entire show. Legends of Tomorrow are fantastic. Uh-oh. Oh! Oh! Shh. Time lost Drake. Like, meaning that this Drake has seen some shit. What's funny is that they just continued fighting amongst themselves. So I was their common enemy, but now that they've killed me, they just catch up on Legends of Tomorrow. Oh, lately, like in the past, like few seasons, like I think they did a really, really good job. It does get a little confusing when you don't know the rest of the shows and they make these cross events or whatever. So for a while, I was solely focused on just catching up with all of them to be able to watch the mixed shows. I don't know what they're called. The crossovers, right? Is there an easier enemy? Okay, this is that same group. Reese? Oh, I shouldn't have. I'm sorry. That was a bad idea. But I keep going towards this bad idea because I already started with them. Okay, that's not gonna work. Arrow was amazing. I loved Arrow. Here's the Murloc sound effects, right? Those never get old. Okay, I have to figure out how to summon a Murloc. That won't summon more of them. But that's kind of the definition of a Murloc, isn't it? These Murlocs are kicking my asses. Asses. Why? Why is this raptor here now? Who invited you? What? I don't get... I went there so that this doesn't happen. It's like the moment I start fighting them, the other ones emerge. Am I lagging? Because this sure as shit isn't supposed to be happening. I'm not really healing. Am I getting disconnected? What is this? Dark Phoenix Gaming, hi and welcome back. How are you doing? What's up? Finally finished 6.4 MSQ and the rest of Pandemonium. I have to see if I can find time to rewatch the stream, but that MSQ ending, that was wild. That was wild. I definitely didn't expect like MSQ to kind of, you know, to be like that. Without any like spoilers, I'm just like trying to have a normal conversation, but too terrified that I'll say something I'm not supposed to. Even though I did already play it on stream, but if people purposefully avoided it, so that I feel like okay, there's like a... There's something wrong. I think I'm lagging. One way or another, I'm lagging because I'm not switching between my forms. I can't go back into cat form. There we go. What was that? Am I lagging on stream as well? I don't know what that was. Maybe it's because of all the storms that we're having. Maybe there's something going on. They have a talent for threading the line between teasing and trolling you with how the story ends for a patch update. Yes, absolutely. Okay, am I good now? Are we good? Because officially I have 0 dropped frames, but that can be misleading. Are we okay? I'm still live, am I not? Gotham is my favorite DC TV show. Mine too! I love Gotham! Gotham is like the greatest comfort show ever. It has like, what, 15 seasons? And you can just watch and watch and watch and watch. I have an eternal, irrevocable crush on the Joker. That was probably a lot of TMI, but that's my second association to that show. Doesn't look like the stream is lagging. Good. Also, Fading Velocity, hello and welcome. How are you doing? What's up? You can be live on YouTube and Twitch at the same time. Didn't know that. Neat. Yes, if you don't sell your soul to Twitch, that is. I've actually revoked my affiliate contract, and that's pretty much what's stopping like all the Twitch people from streaming on YouTube as well because of the exclusivity rule. So I'm not an affiliate on Twitch, but I've decided to just stream in both places as well, and I'm much happier because I don't feel limited by Twitch whatsoever. Yeah, you can't be an affiliate, so I'm just not. And there's no ads on the channel, which is a neat thing, I suppose. I was good seeing the growth of the evil characters in Gotham. Yes, they did such a good job. Are you affiliated or what about on YouTube? On YouTube, I'm partnered. And whoever is on Twitch, like, should they want to support, there's always, like, Patreon and stream elements, which has been fine. I've found that mostly audiences who wouldn't support someone on Patreon or stream elements or whatever it is, they wouldn't support them on Twitch subs either. And when it comes to like gifted subs and whatnot, Twitch takes so much money that even the gifted subs or Twitch primes or whatever, it's not even worth it. So I've given up on Twitch and I feel liberated for sure. YouTube needs to fix a 9-second delay on chat for sure. I wanted to try it. It's a brave decision, I'm not gonna lie to you. There's definitely a lot of like thought to be put into like whether or not you want to cancel the contract, depending on how many current subs you have, how used to I guess sub gifting or subs your community is on Twitch. There's a lot that comes into it, but I decided to do it at a very good time when I actually took a break from streaming. So nobody was subbed to me currently, and I just ended the contract and just started streaming on both. So it was a good decision overall. I love the Dark Knight relic weapon. With that and the job armor set glam, I'm just doubling down on my position of Dark Knight as the edgiest tank in town. Which relic weapon? The new one from Manderville or some of the older ones? Job armor set glam. Which armor set? The last one that we got, was it? Are you referring to like Endwalker or some of the ones from like Shadowlands or something like that? Not Shadowlands, oh my god, Shadowbringers. They always say that it's impossible for Shadowlands and Shadowbringers to have been named so similarly without a single coincidence. How weird is that? So confusing. Oh, the Manderville one. I actually haven't done it for Dark Knight yet. But I will, as a tank main, I actually collect the relic weapons for all my tanks. Except for Warrior, funnily enough, because my Warrior is still a Marauder. It's one of the 4 jobs that I haven't leveled at all yet. And I'm yet to get the job stone. So I have my 3 tanks out of 4 leveled, and I have their relic weapons and everything. But I never got around to do not Endwalker, Marauder. Which is a shame, because Marauders have, well, warriors, have badass axes, and I really do want to carry one. People don't understand why I never got to play warrior. It's just like, it wasn't its time, you know? And it's still not its time. Right now I'm doing Summoner. So, I'm very happy with having just 4 to finish before the next expansion. And then I'll be all set. Now I'm curious about what the relic is like. I don't know if the sets, the tanking sets are the same. The one that you have for Dark Knight, you got it from Tataru's shop, right? At the in Charlian? Is that the one? Because those ones are not the same, but some of the other ones would be. So we don't have the same one. I, as a pally, I'm not wearing that one. Am I? No, I'm not. I have my own. Maybe they look similar, but I doubt they're the same. Oh, this one actually also gives residue. That's great. These quests are amazing for just being able to chill and talk to you. Because it takes so much time to kill 12 to 15 things. And having something to do is amazing. I've done almost none of the relics for any job. I unlocked the animal weapons for Realm Reborn, but that's it. I want to go back and do a few of them at some point, but I've just not gotten around to do it. I won't lie to you, the Realm Reborn relics are a big time commitment. They are the grindiest of all the relics, and you're probably gonna spend at least like a month per relic. Just a fair warning, but they are amazing. They do look really nice, but they are a real MMORPG grind. Yeah. I just wish they were a little easier to get time-wise. They're not hard to get. It just takes a while. I personally haven't gotten any of them yet, but I also want to go back and do it whenever I have a month off. Like, when is that gonna be? Okay, so I do have a question for everyone. What is your first next game that you're looking forward to and that you're almost sure you will be playing this year? I just want to get to know what you like and like what's on your radar. Because there's just too much. There's too much coming out. There's too much stuff around to focus on. FF16? Yeah, likewise. I did 2 of the books from my Bard or Realm Relic, and I got bored and stopped to do other things. Honestly, I don't blame you. They are tedious. What is it? Oh, is he gonna help me? Oh gosh, they're gonna help me. That's amazing. That is actually amazing. Uh-oh. Can I not die here? Or is he gonna leave me? He's gonna leave me. Never mind, I'm done. I can Shadow Mend and I can get out of here. Yes, that's what I'll do. We're done. Thanks for the help, buddy. Spider-Man 2. Spider-Man 2, I'm not gonna lie, it looks amazing. I never even considered it until I realized that, you know, I'll be able to play it on PlayStation. But I haven't played the first game. Would that be detrimental if I decided to play the second one without the first? Like, one of the games that I can play on the PlayStation as well, and I'm not sure if this is something that you want to watch at all, but I've been curious about it for a while, and this is not a 2-month plan. This is my next 6 months plan or whatever. Ghost of Tsushima, maybe. God of War, maybe. Like, if this is something that, you know, you would like to see on my other channel, that is on VPlays, but if you're on Twitch, you don't care because it's gonna be here anyways. What else is there? Well, yeah, those 2 for start. I never got to play Sakura Wars. Believe it or not, the Realm Reborn relics actually used to be harder before. I think I heard something about them, like, cutting down on some of the quests.
Is it that time already? We will find time. It has been a time.
Okay, I actually get something that I don't even need? What? Oh my god, look at my bag. Oh, I do need this. Never mind. Oh. This won't do. This will not do at all. Really recommend playing the first. There's also a Miles Morales game, but I don't think you need to play that one. There's PS5 version of Spider-Man 1 now. I see. Thank you. When I choose to go for those, I will look into the first one first. English is weird. Okay, let's say we've made room. The reason why I'm not getting rid of these things is because I've only just started playing again, and there are a lot of things that I don't know if I can get rid of, and I haven't really taken the time to sort through the bag. I should do that off stream. I really should. We did it, right? Okay, maybe there was a wrinkle or two. Nothing Dante needs to know about. Also, an unexpected visitor. Still, overall, I would say that went pretty well.
Did we do it?
FF16 is on my list, but I'm not great at tracking what's coming out. Maybe Starfield and probably Baldur's Gate 3 when it finally leaves early access. I'm not either. I was well, I used to be really willing to do a lot of different diverse things, to the point that I spent some time like looking into all the new releases and writing them down and just putting it into this little jar I have. I can actually show it to you. I think I have it somewhere around here. This is the jar of games that I will probably not finish until, well, the day I die. It's like full of like little pieces of paper of games that I at some point found interesting. And I know that there is a ton of stuff there, and I'll probably, you know, play them when, you know, one day when I'm retired, should I be so lucky. but I've decided that instead of just, you know, hyper focusing on everything, that I should just, you know, focus on a few things that I want and just create something of a, like, somewhat of a plan that is actually realistically going to work. Now, I do have, now you reminded me of this, so I just kind of wanted to show it to you as well. I do have a plan for like games. I called it a 2023 games, but realistically, it's like the next, I don't know, 2 years or so, given that there's a lot of games on there that, you know, I haven't been having time to check out lately, but I will show it to you. For the sake of discussion. I have my games on like high priority, medium priority, and low priority. This is pretty much everything that I want to play. I played some of these. I'm waiting for 16. I'm waiting for Rebirth. I've been wanting to play the Knights of the Old Republic. This is kind of on my high priority list, even though I haven't started yet. And I was gonna start like a couple of weeks ago, but I got sick, so I didn't get to do it. And Star Wars Jedi Survivor. These are replaceable. Actually, I think I would much rather do this and probably put Kingdom Hearts here. Okay, this is probably the more updated version, and I'm not sure about Survivor yet right now. I do have a lot of these games. I started Octopath Traveler 2. I haven't finished all the chapters. But yeah, I have that, Jedi Survivor, Octopath to finish, Lies of P, Avatar Pandora, FF6, 8, 9, 10, and 15. These are kind of my, I guess these are kind of my higher priorities, you know? Let's say, okay, I would honestly, I would do it this way. If I had to choose like actual priorities, I would do it like this. Octopath Traveler 2 is amazing. Honestly, the game is so good. God of War Ragnarok, I don't know if this will happen like very soon, but hopefully. Elden Ring, Final Fantasy Origins, Ghost of Tsushima. I would want to do this since now I will be able to, so I would do it like this. And then there's The Last of Us, there's Yakuza. There's also Uncharted that people are talking me into, but I'm not sure if it's my kind of game. I haven't admittedly played it yet. Though there's Cyberpunk, Fire Emblem, It Takes Two. I started it, haven't finished it yet. Xenoseries, Chrono, Hi-Fi Rush. I heard was very good, so I got interested and just put it on the list. And there are some like of the longer games that I haven't been getting a lot of requests for, but I put it on the list because they look good. This is something that I like, and I would like to uh, to commit to at some point. So there's FF12, and I would put. I actually forgot about FF13. Monster Hunter, I want to finish because I have it. I just haven't gotten around to it. Ni no Kuni, Dragon Quest. I can't pronounce this, but it looks like a lot of fun for me. Grandia, The Seiya Saga, Undertale, Tales of, which would take like 2 years to finish. The Legend of Heroes, Y series, The Witcher, and One Piece. This is pretty much all that I'm focused on right now, and I doubt I will be putting like any new games onto the list anytime soon, unless there's like a surprise drop from the games or anything of the sort. It depends on what you want to watch as well. Now you've seen the list, and I'll be happy to rearrange it a little bit. If there's demand for a let's play or something like that, we can maybe work around that. But now you will know like where my mind is going when it comes to content. I also follow mods more heavily than game releases. An update to Elder Kings 2 mod for CQ3 would catch my attention more easily than a new game. That's understandable, because mods are basically there to bring you back into a game that you already know you like and that is safe for you, which is amazing, because you practically get a new expansion for something that you already know you won't regret playing. And that's really cool, because you're not, even if it's like a mod, you hardly ever like get mods from the developer. That doesn't happen. But you don't pay like for a new game, yet you get to play a new game. So yeah, I completely get it. I personally don't mod my games. I never have. I don't have a reason for not doing it. I've just never done it. I just like to, when I review things or when I, just talk about games, I like to like see the clear picture. So I never like got around to actually want to mod in any way. My first thought about a game I already played that has mods releasing DLC would be, what will the modders do with this? I'm weird like that. That actually makes sense, because, well, I mean, it's good to think about it, isn't it? The incursions push the durability of this timeline to the point of breaking. If only we had our full contingent of time walkers. Though you are a novice with the staff, I'm told you have managed to help us out greatly. With an extra push, I believe you may further aid our cause. They haven't really explained what their cause is, just that they're having problems with time. Normally I would put you through a full training, but times are unorthodox. Take this scroll of advanced knowledge and use it to push back the invaders. Be swift, the effects are only temporary. I don't know what that is.
It is good to see that you
Timeline preserved. Safely. So basically this is kind of like Legends of Tomorrow in World of Warcraft.
When fissures in time suddenly opened and pulled us through.
What of the others with you?
They...
Oh, I cut it off.
It was a time that looked much like this. It was vastly different.
In what way?
The timeline was chaos. There was destruction everywhere. Few left to save.
This questline would normally take like half an hour to do. But now you are familiarized with my pace. Okay, we can land here. Timeline preserved. What do I need to do? What does this do? Am I gonna be a dragon? I'm not gonna be a dragon. Why would I be? No, I just have like nasty glitter falling out of my pockets. Great. What do I do with this? What? Did I do it? I did do it. I just need to deal with angry mobs now. Great. Mods are, after all, 98% of reason why I still play Skyrim. Exactly! Like, mods have made Skyrim immortal. And I have to say, as someone who has played Skyrim exclusively modded, I take it back. I did
serve once more.
I did play modded games, but I've never known Skyrim as anything other than a modded game. It's just a game where, I don't know, I guess that's kind of like taken for granted a little bit, but... Temporal burst. Is this damage? What is this burst? What does this do? I think this is just, I think this is like a damage boost of some sort. I don't really understand what it is. Hi Morgan, welcome back. How are you doing today? Hope you're having a lovely Saturday. I love how it's Saturday. Normally when I Saturday, when Saturday happens is what I was gonna say. It's my first or my second stream of the week and it feels a lot different, but now I feel like I've just had like a really cozy time with all of you. Honestly, like this week has reminded me of something. Like I have to be honest, this week has reminded me of how much I actually love streaming, because lately I've been streaming like 2 or 3 times a week, normally during weekends. But now that I've made this week happen, even though it brought me to the brink of destruction, I think maybe I could, and maybe I should try to do it. Because other people do it, you know, other people who have daytime responsibilities as well, they do sometimes come during the night. And now I know it's possible. I was really scared to do it, like when I took on another job. I was scared that that I would like burn out or wouldn't have enough time or whatever, but now I have a problem. Now I would miss you too much, you know, if I wasn't streaming all this much. Cricket Vulture, thank you so much for the super chat. I have to get going, but it's been fun hanging out. Hope you enjoyed the Rex raid. I did. It was lovely to meet you, and I hope to see you soon. I will make sure to actually drop by Rex's stream because I did not know what his schedule was. But if he streams during the weekend, then that's perfect. Then if he's on tomorrow, I will see you tomorrow. I'm glad that he brought you here too. I say he, it's probably inconsiderate because I actually don't know Rex, but you know what I mean. Very happy to have met all of you. See, we live in strange times. Like, sometimes I say something, and like I mentioned before, we don't have pronouns of any sort in our country, so sometimes I get reminded of that, and I'm like, is this okay to say? You know? What I'm thinking about is, how can I make this work? How can I... Because I want to be streaming more, you know? It's like I've had, I want to say 2 or 3 months to adapt to my new circumstances, and I'm very happy to have made it. Because I'm at the point where I feel more comfortable with the amount of time that I spend doing that during the day and that I spend editing. And this week, if it has taught me anything, it's taught me that I have time to be with my family, to go to the gym, to do videos, and to stream. And I've been okay. Like, I didn't get sick or anything, and I had a lot of fun. And I feel like I don't want to go back to not streaming all that much. Maybe not every day, but I would like to stream, like, I don't know. I could do 4 times a week, see how it goes. Take care! I hope you have a lovely rest of your day. Make time management look easy. Oh, it's not. It is definitely not. Definitely not. I do have help as well. Obviously, my kid goes to daycare, and if he didn't go to daycare, I don't know what I would do, because obviously I couldn't even work or anything. So there's that, and I do get I do get 4 like big chunks of a day with him from Monday to Thursday, which is something that's sacred to me, and I would never ever consider doing anything else if I instead of that, you know, like from 4 p.m. till 8 p.m., like Monday to Thursday, that's what I do. And on Fridays, I also do that, but I don't really count it as, you know, my time with him because he has this speech therapy, and I take him there every Friday. But after that, he goes to his dad's, so I don't see him. I don't see a lot of him on Fridays, and on Saturday and Sunday, I mostly don't see him. So these times are something that I will never like sacrifice for anything. I do gym in the morning, and when I wake up and I go to gym, I am done by like 8:30 in the morning, and I can just do work from like 9 to 5 without worrying about time or anything else that I need to do. And mostly during the night, I've been. Can I use this on the dragon? I actually can. Oh, okay. I've been editing during the night, and I've been streaming. I've been streaming Saturdays and Sundays. I did make a little bit of a private commitment that I wouldn't stream as much on Fridays when I have like some other commitments, whether it be, I don't know, friends or whatever. Friday is like when I would normally not stream. But now that I know that I can show up on a Monday or a Wednesday or a Tuesday or whatever and still be fine and spend a couple of hours doing that, I really want to do it. Max and I have a similar setup with the kids. I think it's a really easy thing. Like when it comes to me and my ex, we have we have the, what's it called? The mutual like guardianship or whatever. It's like he's not like custody. It's a mutual custody, but he does spend more time with me. Like legally, we do it together because we get along. Like we're very good friends, and there's no reason for us to ever go to court in any way, shape, or form, or do anything of the sort. Like we are very, very peaceful, and we try to just make sure that, you know, our kid still feels like it is a family. It's just not the kind of family that we initially committed to. And I'm very happy with that arrangement. And I think he will be as well, because we don't hate each other or anything. And I just, you know, we just like being friends and are incapable of being anything more than friends because our views on certain things just differ too much. You know how, like, when you have a friend who you disagree with on something, you're okay with that because you have to live with your friend every day and just like have these like attitudes or things to, you know, to discuss or whatever. But the two of us, even though I think we're both amazing people, we don't agree on certain things that don't necessarily affect like our kid, but it affects our relationship because some of his opinions annoy me and some of my opinion annoy him. And we just don't want to change both of ourselves to be some sort of version that would like mutually fit or whatever. And I think that's healthier. Like, why would we, you know, like we're like, if you're not in love with someone and if you would have to change yourself while expecting the other person to change also for you to be in love with them, maybe that would be kind of not healthy, you know? I'd much rather be me. And I would much rather have him be him the way he is and have our limited time together, like as hangouts, as friends or whatever, than have to deal with each other every day. Like that would suck, you know? It's like, it's weird. Sometimes people, when they meet and when they like first fall in love with each other, they're like one kinds of people, but we both changed at some point, but we didn't follow each other on that change. He changed in one way and I changed in the other way. So now we're just like two very changed people who, you know, still care about each other, but we didn't like go in the same direction at all. And I think it's healthier for my kid, for our kid to have that kind of family than to have a family where we are both not ourselves and not even necessarily in love with each other. That's at least what I think. And people thought we were idiots for, you know, for divorcing because everybody thought that we get along perfectly and that everything's fine. It's like we can always get along. Like get along is never an issue, but to get along is not something that, like, I guess creates a romantic relationship of any sort. And like people think that just by not having arguments, you are automatically happy with someone, you know? And people thought that it's too much effort to get divorced. Just based on the fact that we are not like fully compatible, you know? And I don't think that's silly. I think it's fine. I think it's risky and unconventional because mostly people get divorced when something terrible happens, but we didn't want to get to that point. And I think that was healthy. Yeah, people grow apart, exactly. Like, it just happens. And especially like when the kids are young, I feel like the home is not necessarily broken just because parents don't live together if that was the right thing to do. And if they both love the child and if they both deeply care, you know? What I'm trying to say is like not every split home is a broken home. Yeah, I think so. I think I like seeing him happy, you know? And we did try. At one point we did try to get back together. It was recently. And it didn't work because I'm not crying, I promise. I have like hair in my eye that like gets stuck between my eyes and my glasses, and sometimes it like enters my eyes and it hurts. Yeah, I love seeing him like for who he is right now. Like I love seeing him happy. And I had like what we did is like we listed not requirements, but I guess some things that we both wanted like out of our future partner or whatever. And then I gave him my thing, and he said that he could never be what I expect him to be. And he also said that he doesn't see me like being what he expects me to be, you know? And like when you have this situation, we're like, you know, what are we doing then? I think that's healthy. We did try to rationalize it. Rationalize being together, rationalize not being together, but our, I guess, lists of requirements of like what we expect just didn't have any common grounds at all anymore. And how is it not healthy to separate in that sense?
What time is it?
A Time Walker's staff is crucial to shepherding time. Sometimes a gentle prod is all that's needed. Other times, firmer action is required. This should be enough to mitigate the instability in this area for now. While there's still more work to be done, your companions are eager to assist up at the temple. I will ensure that the area down here is supported while you go ahead. Good luck. Do I need luck?
Until
Oh
next
god.
time.
Yeah, I mean, it would really make me mad, like whenever our friends would be like, oh, I can't believe you're splitting, you know, you're like the, you know, the model couple or whatever. Like, we weren't a model couple, we're actually model friends because we do like spending time together, and we've known each other for what, 17, 18 years, you know? You can't not be close to someone after that amount of time. But people also change, and like back when we were like 15, we didn't know who we would be at, you know, 30, and it just so happened that we didn't grow into people who can coexist, and that's
So many
fine.
books, so little time.
Perhaps the greatest irony of being a time walker is having all of the time to study and yet no time to study. We already read that like 5 times. Catching up to
I'll be
Chromie.
deep in my books.
You have helped us regain our hold on the sands, but I can sense something greater happening up on the temple platforms. Let us take to the skies and regroup with Ambassador Chronormo there. As always, time is of the
You know where to
essence.
find me. We will ascend to the temple platforms. Please, meet us there when you are ready.
I
Race
am
you,
ready.
Dante.
New recruits.
Aww. Oh, is that where we go? That is where we go. Is this gonna like send me up? That's not gonna do shit, is it? No, he just stands. Oh, it does do something. Okay.
Better get comfortable in that bubble, Eternus. I won't let you corrupt our bronze oathstone.
What is happening here?
Whether I am here for a day or millennia, it matters not. I will ensure the rise of our Lord Murazov.
The drama in disguise.
Dormu is counting on me.
Okay, I think this is a flight master. We need to... It was there! I swear the flight master was there. It is a bit weird to be looking for a flight master among dragons, but... Can't believe we actually get to like, I want to ask about her name, because Chromie should be the girl who we already know from, like, before. I picked my visage because it fits me best. That's why I also kept the name Chronormu. That's my name and I like it. But you can still call me Chromie, most of my friends do. Like, I think that's the same Chromie that we know, right? He said noobs in a different way. He did! About time. Eternus might look frozen in that bubble, but she's struggling with all her might to set free. We don't know who she is and what she wants. Time-locked time walkers. I'm so glad you're here. I need you to stabilize the situation here on the platforms while Dante and Zera help me hold our infinite dragon friend in place. The temple's security measures locked Eternus in a stasis bubble when she tried to take control of our Oathstone. Unfortunately, the other Time Walkers were also caught in those security measures. Your Time Walker staff should free them, no problem. Just make sure to deal with any angry timelings that pop up. Timelings. That's cute, isn't it? This Seanster, or Sean, thank you so much for hanging out with us. I hope you had a lovely time and have a great rest of your day. When the temple locked down, the wardens got sealed up with the temple doors. We need to pop that stasis bubble to get them out. Unfortunately, that'll need a fully empowered Time Walker staff. I know. You can drain the crystals here on the platforms. That should power up your staff enough. They have their own stasis fields, so just yank them out and absorb their energy with your staff. Don't feel bad if they shatter. The power is still there even if it's in pieces.
Hero, I require your assistance.
Yeah, break our things, but that's okay. We're just dragons who can eat you for breakfast. No problem. At least we don't have a staff just basically going through our body like it previously was the case. Oh, that's the flight master. That's why we weren't able to to talk to him. Oh shit. There are so many of them. Luckily, I'm not dying. There's still time, apparently. There is apparently still time to die. I said that too early, didn't I? Well, to be fair, he is a flight master. And I really didn't expect him to be useful in any way. What would be cool though is if he had reappeared and actually became a flight master again so that I can take this flight path. Oh shit. That is my task after all. Pull on the time stream to free the crystal.
It's okay. Just use your staff on the shards instead.
What? What shards? I mean, what are you talking about? Oh, I see. But this guy won't let me, will he? I think we actually have to deal with him first. Dude, they hit hard! So hard. like, honestly, what I was just talking about, it really, I don't know, it really got me thinking, because, like, I spent a lot of time thinking about how I wasn't, I want to say I wasn't normal for, you know, having my divorce be what it is. I think that I was taught, like, based on, like, the culture that I was raised in and whatnot, that, like, divorce is not, like, a very good thing. And I think maybe I should have tried to find, like, support groups where people who actually had peaceful experiences talk about them and, like, talk about how they're not necessarily bad. I guess that's where my need to bring it up on stream comes from, because I actually get to talk to people, and people have different experiences, and from time to time I hear, you know, stories kind of like yours, or, you know, somebody else's that are more real, you know, where it's not just a story about some misfortune and some terrible tragedy that had happened that got people to split up. Sometimes people just split. And it's comforting to know that there are more people who have basically chosen a similar or the same thing for themselves because it's healthier, not just because it, I want to say it would save their lives or something like that. You know what I mean? Can I use this? Oh my god. Please no. Please, please no. Okay, I've done nothing. They're gonna go back to being full HP. We've done nothing, but that was too much. That was way too much. Yeah, that didn't work at all. How did you see me? Maybe I just need to deal with 3 of these and then summon more. Because the moment I touch the bubble thing, like, more stuff is gonna fall out of it. For sure. Yeah, so let's just not do that. Okay. We're good to go. We're fine. Yeah, I haven't met many people either, and one would think that if you do have like a, I want to say like a, I guess amicable is the word, you'd think that for people who have had that kind of experience, that they don't need support at all. But there's a different kind of support that you need. I guess I'm just speaking from my own experience. When something like that happens to you, basically what you need is a confirmation that you're not an idiot. That's the support that I'm talking about, you know? It's like whenever you get divorced because someone is abusing you or because you're unhappy or whatever, it's like people are super, you know, supportive and, you know, happy that you've created better circumstances for yourself and whatnot. But when you, like, don't have some sort of, like, life-threatening or, you know, abusive circumstance that you're trying to, like, get away from, then people treat you like a jerk, you know? And that's a little sadsies, because people are under this misguided, I don't know, impression that you have to let it get to, you know, the worst stage that can ever be for that to happen, because, you know, it's always better for the kids, you know, to, I don't know, stay together or whatnot, which is not necessarily always the case, in my opinion. And I think that there's just not a lot of people who see things in that sort of way. Okay, where are the rest of these? Oh, there's like 2 platforms. Great. West Crystal yanked. Okay, and okay, we got this. Shit. In my community, there's a ton of divorce too. The best feedback on divorce is with my ex, and I see bad divorces everywhere. Oh yeah, no, the don't get me wrong. The bad divorces are definitely a majority, in my opinion. At least, because obviously nobody gets married. Well, not nobody, I guess. But people mostly don't get married so that they can get divorced. You know, who does that? It's not something that people want. And there's, you know, normally divorce is not like a thing that you strive towards. It's not a good thing. And normally, even when, you know, it's not a happy thing anyways. At best, it can be a neutral thing. So I guess the vast majority of these cases will always be, I don't know, will always be something, you know, shitty happening first. Which is, I mean, which is sad, but I guess over time there are couples that just like, I don't know, just people who can't stand each other because of their differences. But I don't know, some people I guess are more impulsive than myself, so I guess I don't have this perspective on life where I solve issues by, like, I don't know, yelling at someone or whatever. Some people do that. So I saw my conflicts in a different way, I suppose. So when it comes to me, I don't think I could have had any sort of turbulence in the process. Oh, I'm gonna die here. What's been our first clip was when we both retired. See, I do appreciate your feedback, and I appreciate you sharing this, because this is also something that you've probably faced. Shit. It's like people think, probably, this is just my assumption, they probably think that if you reach retirement with someone, that you're surely going to, you know, stay with that person forever. Because, okay, this is gonna be mean, I guess, but because you've been able to, like, put up with each other for so long, it's like you only, like, what, have another, like, 40 years of your life, you know, at best? Why wouldn't you just, you know, stay together and have this time together that you that you've both worked towards? So I can assume that it wasn't easy for you either. If it was, like, you know, friendly, but there were still reasons for that. Like, I'm guessing that not everybody was completely understanding, because people are usually not. People like drama, unfortunately, and sometimes people don't understand that you can make these decisions for yourself even when nothing seemingly awful is happening. Of course, I don't know your circumstances. It could be, you know, completely different, but this is how I imagine it, at least. That people always need to have, like, big reasons to do things, which is, in my opinion, kind of sad, because I feel like that gets a lot of people to just wait until their life gets really bad in one way or another, and then they do something about it. That's how I see it. When we were both military, we were similar. After, we were very different from each other. You did mention military, so just out of curiosity, do you think that not being in military anymore has, like, gotten you to grow apart and just, like, have a little bit more, I guess, time or space to develop yourselves in different ways? Because I can't possibly imagine the circumstances. I see. That's very curious. I don't often get to talk to pretty much anyone from, you know, from military, so I'd like to hear about, like, how the experience differs from, like, any other job, I suppose, because I'm guessing that, like, by the way that you formed your sentence, like, you worked together. So I'm not sure if, let's say if you worked together in, like, a different place, like, let's say a different, like like an office or like any company where you did spend time together, but you don't anymore. I wonder if other workplaces are similar to what you've experienced in that sort of way. We're so busy we didn't notice the differences we truly had. I get that. I felt like definitely not to the extent that you did, because you spent a lot more time together, a lot more years. But with me and my ex, I think it was COVID that really made these differences obvious. And I think this is one of the reasons why during COVID there were so many like broken marriages and stuff. It's not just necessarily because people were like sick and tired of each other or whatever. It's like a lot of people like to present it in that sort of way, that, you know, COVID made people spend too much time together and that they started fighting. In our case, that did happen, but I think that it's not necessarily a bad thing, because if COVID did anything, it opened our eyes to, just like you said, to differences that we really had as as two people. Back when I went to go eat with my brother. What did I miss? Oh, not much. I'm still dreadfully slow and still dealing with the time dragons, but it's been good. The story has been really good. I hope you had a great meal, by the way. What did you have? The divorce attorneys made a fortune. Yeah, for sure. Not in our case, though. We didn't have one. We never hired. We never hired a divorce attorney. What was really funny is, like, when we were getting divorced, like, we were just like standing in this like court hallway or whatever. They like the whole hallway was like really filled with like people who hated each other and their lawyers all waiting to like get into that room. And then we accidentally entered the room without knocking because we thought it was our turn, but there were already people there. And like when we got in, it was like this room full of like people just basically that were like having like hatred just pour out of their eyes, like as they were looking at each other, and then lawyers sitting there trying to like find common grounds or whatever. And me and my ex, we entered this room. We looked like two lost kids who don't even know what they're doing there. We're still laughing because we had a conversation about something, like as we were in front of the room. So people look at us and we completely like threw them off because they were like in the middle of this, you know, heated argument or whatever. And then when we waited our turn, we basically got done with our, you know, divorce in about 2.5 minutes. And the lady is like, you guys made my day, here you go, you can go now. And we just like left the room while all of these people just remained there to argue about the possessions that we didn't have. So it's like all we have is a kid, and we were able to find common ground, so there were no problems really. She died once, it was sad. I died many times, I think. I died at least 3 times today, for sure. Oh, now I want to have Mexican. I shouldn't have asked. The infinite has forced the energies of time to aggression. That is not good. Please slay any time elementals you encounter while assisting Ambassador Chronormal. I will remain here and help her hold Eternus in place.
Do not worry, Ambassador Chronormu. Your friend is more than capable for this task.
No, I'm not.
I know they are. They were amazing in the past. Or was that the future? Or right now? Anyway, I know.
She's like a child.
It's been a pleasure. Is this hello or goodbye? I keep losing track.
Okay, time elemental slain. How do we start this shit show?
Good luck on your next adventure.
Where are they? Ours was over Zoom. The court had everyone on hold until she logged on a different computer. We were sharing mine. We were desperately calling to say we're ready. They were totally confused that we were next to each other. Oh. I get that. No, it is hilarious because similarly to what I went through, people expect you to be either in your case like in different rooms because it was probably like, was it COVID, I guess, since it was Zoom. Time elemental saint, how do I do this? Where are these time elementals? What are you talking about? Do I have to like start this process somehow? Oh, there we go. They expect people to not just be far away from each other, but to also hate each other. I mean, that's the great thing about a good divorce. You still get to, you know, keep your potentially best friend, but then you don't have to spend so much time with them anymore. And you're able to, I guess, you're able to be even more friendly because you can actually spend time talking about the things that you want to talk about, not the things that you have to talk about. And this is just my guess, but since you have children that are older, you don't necessarily like have to make all these like tiny ass decisions about like small kids that you would potentially disagree about, because your kids already sort of make decisions for themselves. And that's amazing. We'll go out to dinner once a month. That is beautiful. That's the kind of divorce that I want. Like, that would be awesome. Honestly, I really respect that. I've never believed in hating her. I mean, hate is a strong word, I think, but it also depends on what someone does to you. There are some nasty pieces of shit out there, you know, who do things that should never be done to, you know, to someone you've, you know, at one point chosen to spend your life with. There are some real nasty people, but in case of just like friendly, I guess, breakups or divorces or whatever, I don't believe that you should necessarily like hate someone just because the relationship isn't what it was. In my case, I honestly believe that it's just different, that it can become different, and that's also okay. I mean, I guess things get a lot more complicated when it comes to property. Like, my ex and I, we were too young to well, to ever really like have property or, you know, anything of the sort. So we never had these problems. But I guess some people would say that having a child and like these custody issues, that those are like the biggest issues that you could possibly have. But in our case, it wasn't really like that. Because we have a lot of trust in each other. Like, when he's with him, I know that without a doubt he's safe and happy, and that's the same way that he feels about me and my time with him. So I think that's, you know, that's really important, because I never worry about my son when he's around him, and I would hope, well, I do know that he feels the same. So are you a wolf right now? I am actually a cat, but this is a skin that I received in one of the raids. That's like a drop that enables you to turn into like a different kind of cat, which is cool. When it comes to my class, I'm a feral druid. Druids can turn into bears, into cats, into owls that do a lot of damage. Or they can be healers in their like human form. But you got the big house, I got the crappy one. Well, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. What can you do? I don't know, I guess it all comes down also to like what someone needs at the moment. If we had property, I would hope that I wouldn't like be forced to, I don't know. Oh, sorry. I accidentally hit the mic. I would hope that I wouldn't be forced to like, I don't know, rent if I had the choice to like stay somewhere or whatever. if I had to live with my child, but I guess it's all very circumstantial. Lions, tigers, and bears. Yeah, druids are amazing. Like, I do have this opinion that is hated by everyone who doesn't play a druid in WoW, but I think the only class worth playing in WoW is druid. Of course, I'm very biased, but druids are also amazing because they can be DPS, they can be healer, and they can be a tank. So there's like different specs that you can choose, and you can switch between them freely for as long as you have the gear for it. And when you're a druid, you don't really need... Well, I guess if you like alts, you're always gonna have an alt, but with druid, you don't really need one because you can play whatever you want. My mom is still very protective to this day, and I'm 17. Oh, your mom will always be protective. Knowing, like, moms in general, that's something that never goes away. And I personally, as a kid, I never really had that. Like, I had a really weird situation with my mom around that age. My mom, she remarried, and she had my stepbrother when I was, I want to say 13, and she married to a person who wasn't from Serbia, from our country. So she spent years kind of looking at how to move there and like get her family together. And I was, and she told me that I was the one who she was waiting for, you know, for me to grow up enough so that she can kind of live her life. Which was a very sad thing for me because, like, since that happened, I felt like I was no longer, like, a part of the family or whatever, and it made me feel, I guess, secluded and in a way on my own. So I've been on my own since I was 18 or so, or earlier even. But I'm just happy that she did get what she wanted. Like, she got like a second shot at, you know, having a real family with, you know, with a husband, with a child. That's something that she wanted. But she got divorced from my dad when I was like, I'll say 8 or 9 months old. So I never really got to meet him in that sort of way or spend time with him. And she was very young when she had me also. So she liked going out and seeing friends and whatnot. So I always felt like she was not very happy to like be a mom when I needed her to be a mom. But then when I grew up a little bit and I needed support, I felt like she wasn't interested in giving me that support anymore. You know, she just wanted a fresh start. So I feel like I was always there at the wrong time. I was either too young for her to want to, you know, connect with me that way. But then when she wanted a family, I was a teenager. So in a strange way, it felt like I was, you know, suddenly adopted, but she didn't like getting this big kid, you know, that kind of, you know, grew up in front of her. I was basically raised by my grandparents. Because she wasn't there a lot. And when she was ready to have a family, we just, you know, oh yeah, it's definitely overwhelming. Love is overwhelming. But I'd like to believe, as a mom myself, I would like to believe that no matter how annoyed my son is at me, like, I just want him to just know that he's loved without a doubt. And I really enforce that, like, every day, constantly. Like, I tell him, like, so many times that I love him. And sometimes, I don't know, he's 4. And sometimes I ask him, like, he already knows, like, do you know what I want to tell you? And he's like, yes, you love me. You know, and that's, for me, that's a better thing to be said than him telling me that he loves me. Because for as long as he knows that he's loved, I've done my job. Like, I know that he will love me for as long as, you know, he's happy, and, you know, hopefully he will, but he won't always necessarily know that he's loved. So for me, that's the most important thing. But he does learn. He's like, he has a lot of empathy, and he, I think, probably under my influence, he does say these things. Like, I love you the most on this whole entire world and such. That feels very good to hear from like a 4-year-old who might not know what he's saying, but it feels good to know that I've said it so many times that he, at the age of 4, now says these things, you know? So for as long as it's like that, I don't even, you know, I don't care if he's, you know, if he's angry with me or if I'm, you know, bothering him or embarrassing him or whatever. Like, for as long as he knows that without a doubt he's loved, we're good, you know? And I'm sure that all the moms, in a way, feel like that. Excellent work. Usually I'm against killing time, but today is an exception. Oh. What? Why can I not complete this? You must choose. Oh, I have to choose. I thought I was just gonna get everything. I thought my inventory was full. Never mind. What is this? The Pollard. Who's this for? Okay, fine.
I'll be deep in my books.
The Once and Future team. Alright, let's pop that stasis bubble around the temple doors and release our wardens. Are you ready for a huge tug-of-war match with time itself? Yank at the door's bubble like you did with the crystals earlier. But be careful, all the time energy released is sure to collect and attack you. Great. I'm not sure what will be there, but at least you'll have freed the wardens on your side no matter what happens. So even if I die, great.
While you free the wardens.
You have our strength, Ambassador Chronomu.
Every time my mom is on the phone with me, she always says I love you. It means a lot to hear because I don't ever think I heard it from my dad.
Together, our power should be enough.
Yeah, there's nothing that can really make you feel better about that.
I've seen all
I
possible
haven't personally
futures.
heard it from my dad either, ever in my life.
Victorious.
He's never said these words to me.
No, I believe in us.
And it is what it
we
is,
won't
you know.
let destroy
Some
the
people are just,
tideways.
some people just don't really have this kind of, I don't know, expression of themselves or the capacity to do so. I just hope that, you know, it means a lot. And I just hope that I can, like, personally raise a different kind of man, you know, who won't feel like it's less manly to, like, say these things to, you know, to other people and one day to his kids should he desire to have them. So for as long as I can, you know, I can show him that it's normal, I think it's okay.
We're finally free.
Okay.
Slay this monstrosity and take back the temple.
Is he already... Oh, he is already dying. But I have help, so it's all good. What are these things? Should I not step into it? Probably not. Ouch. Okay, if I die at like his last percentage, that would be terrible. I should just focus on killing him, right? Ouch. Okay. Thing's going to burn your fur off. See, this is, yeah, exactly. This is the thing that I don't necessarily understand when it comes to my druid lore. More often than not, I'm a cat and I deal with all sorts of fires and hazards, and I like to believe that as a feline creature, I just wouldn't be happy to get into the water or near the fire. But the game doesn't care.
Take care of yourself out there.
Because druids are not alone, and everyone has to have the same story. That is the second largest time elemental I've ever seen. I knew I should have packed my selfie camera today. Oh, I have it. Oh, I didn't bind it. Oh well, I'll just stop by this moment again on my next day off. Imagine being able to do that. Like something happens to you and you just like pop back into that timeline to revisit it. How cool is it? That would probably be maddening and not cool. I'm sure it would drive people absolutely crazy. It's probably one of the reasons we can't do it. Yeah, going back to the past would get people totally out of control. Now that I think about it. It's probably not a good idea. The never final countdown. I never thought I'd save our temple by dismantling the very security we set up to protect it, but here we are. With the time elementals purged, our time walkers free, and our wardens at the ready, it's finally time to let this last stasis bubble down and deal with Eternus. Let me know when you're ready. I know with you by my side, nothing can go wrong. Oh god. Someone has faith in me. Tell her you're ready. Oh, we haven't had a movie in a long time though.
Okay, everyone. Get ready.
It's just cool how they've been standing there with our arch nemesis in the bubble. Till I finished all my quests. That is a cool looking dragon. Uh-oh. I don't have much of a backstory for my character, no. I know some people have it, and I think it's awesome, but I never really went too deep into that. Never thought about it.
Amongst the infinite possibilities. You must find them and correct their course before the entire fabric of reality is torn asunder.
Well, apparently that shit show isn't over. I never thought about it, but when it comes to, let's say, the transition between, let's say, World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy XIV, I know that it was really popular, like, during the great escape from WoW, like when people were massively just coming into Final Fantasy XIV, there were a lot of like streamers, content creators, and whatnot who spent hours in the character creation, so that they could make a character for themselves that looks a lot like their main from World of Warcraft. And the story was like that they, you know, got confused and that they, you know, woke up in this like whole nother world that is no longer like Azeroth, but instead it's Eorzea. And I guess it really helped with that psychological just trauma of like having to part with a character that, you know, you've been with for such a very long time, but now you're suddenly like waking up in like a totally different world or whatever. The only cooperation that I personally would have wanted to see, and I know it would never happen, but it would be so cool, is if World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy XIV worked together on making sure the transitions between WoW and Final Fantasy XIV both ways go in a way that all of your collectibles go with you, because that would make me want to play all of these games, you know, and I would never feel like I'm missing out on my time in, I don't know, in Final Fantasy XIV when I'm playing WoW and vice versa. It's like, imagine if you could just like take your animals with you and they turn into like WoW versions of mounts and pets and whatnot, and you just have like one giant collection. Of course it doesn't make sense for that to happen, but yes, I would just, I don't know, it would be so cool. I would love it. There's no reason for that to happen whatsoever. I see no logic behind it, and I'm not defending it in any way, shape, or form. Don't get me wrong. But it would just make me really happy. I'll be right back. I just need to go to the bathroom. Alright, where were we? Our session 0 and the pen and paper conversation is over. Wait, what? Did I miss something? Sorry, sometimes I get up and I immediately forget about pretty much everything that we talked about. First, when you said session, I thought that you meant D&D. My god, my hair is in my face all the time. I should have done something with it before the stream. It's so obnoxious. Damn it. Alright, I guess we're here.
Open your mind.
Oh, I think we're finally finishing up with the bronze dragons. This was probably under normal circumstances a 45-minute quest line. I love my face. Turnus and Krummy have fallen through space and time. We must retrieve them at all costs.
Another time.
Oh, so that's what happened. See, it wasn't very clear from the cutscene. I thought that they just blew that place to bits. When the magic of bronze and infinite collided, it sent Chronormu and Eternus into an uncontrolled tumble through time. As they fall, ripped the fabric of time itself, oh god, sending out countless ripples across time and space. We must locate them and bring them back. Only then will I be able to stop any further damage. I see that you will be the one to stop Chronormu's fall. I would ask that you go gather the allies you need to save Chronormu while I focus on her magic. How in the world are we supposed to do that?
As it was meant to.
I think these people think that I can do a lot more than what I really can. It's like when you have a new person in your company and you only have enough money to hire one, but you have like the amount of tasks for at least like 3 to 4 people, but then you have that one new hire and suddenly that new hire is doing everything. That's kind of how I feel here. But you know, whatever. Who's my ally? Oh, there we go.
Yes, I have time. For now. Of course, hero.
Okay, who else is my ally? It's like I have a feeling I'm seeing these people for like the first time. Nah, we know them.
I am always ready. I think that me? Right. On it.
Time flows through me. I shall be there at once. Ponder what we discuss.
There is only one true timeline. Focus. I have located the moment in time where we may find Chronormu. Soridormi, I shall need you to hold the time portal open on the other side. My vision did not.
Yeah, this is actually feeling like a giant Legends of Tomorrow episode.
Do not worry, beloved.
It's a good
I shall
story.
handle it.
Oh wait, they're beloved.
Sarah.
They're
You are with me.
Yes.
oh, she's his
Commander.
girlfriend? See, I didn't know that. That was an important bit of information. Why? I feel like I missed out. To be able to summon pets and beasts can be a children's dream or a parent's nightmare. That's true. That happens with me and my ADHD. Like, I wish I was able to have like a little bit of a bigger animal, I suppose. I daydream about having a dog, but I can't because I live at the rented place where I can't have it. Like, can't have any pets whatsoever. I do have a mouse, and I'm in constant fear that somehow this information will emerge, but hopefully it never does. Because the agency, like the people who I rent the place from, they don't come here. I take the money to the agency, so I'm actually I think I'm actually okay and no one's gonna see her, but I can't part with her. That would be terrible. Had a conversation with the dungeon master before your stream started. Session 0 is... Oh, so it was the dungeon. 0 is a pen and paper term for a meeting before the game starts, so we're all at the same page. Oh, is that like when you write down the like the specifics about your characters and whatnot? Like when you, like before you start the session? Like that's kind of at least how we used to do it. I don't know if we're talking about the same thing though. When we start to play as a Dungeon and Dragon related system. Like Pathfinder? This habit can create extreme high turnover rates in a company. Yes, and also extreme burnout. If you only choose to hire one miserable person who will do like jobs for 10 different people.
Our final meeting? Or our first?
What does that mean? Time skips have never been my favorite.
Threads you pull on.
To the
One
future.
path must be preserved.
I have tracked Chronormu and Eternus to a potential future. I know not what you will find there, only that it is dark and chaotic. Sorodormi has taken some of our time walkers ahead to that future in order to hold our connection to that time stable. Her considerable power will be needed to keep the portal open, so she must rely on your talents. Sorodormi will be able to direct you further once you meet her there. Hurry and find Chronormu. See, it would be crazy if WoW actually decided to do like a giant time skip and just move on from everything that's ever been or will be, and just kind of, you know, do that right now. I doubt it. I think if there was such a scandal where they just like took us and just sent us way into the future, I think I would have known about it by now, but it still would be cool nonetheless. I may have came because of a raid, but I'm staying because of the personality and friendliness. Can't wait to see more content. You have a new sub. Thank you, and that means a lot. It actually, it does mean a lot to like meet new people and just know that, you know, they do find a reason to stay because of not just necessarily the content or the raid, but because of the community. That feels awesome and makes me very happy to hear that, because I feel like recently I've actually given myself a little pat on the back because I feel like I've been happier. My streams, I feel like, weren't what they are right now before because I was a lot less happy. I had like a lot more, you know, issues, and I think for the first time I'm like back on my 2 feet, and I know that it's not realistic to expect humans to always be happy and to be optimistic and to be satisfied with their life or whatever. But I also understand how viewership works, that when you have like a limited time to, you know, to spend with a content creator or in a community or whatever, you want to feel good about it. And I think that the energy of a streamer or a content creator whatsoever, it does matter a lot. And you know, you want there to be good energy normally, unless you're really into something else, like a niche sad streams or whatever. Like I don't know what people are into, but most people just want to feel good. I think it's kind of natural, I guess. And I'm glad that, you know, lately at least I've been feeling like I've been able to provide that. That really makes me happy. Session 0 talks about what players expect, like fear or wish not to happen. Oh, I see. Oh no, we don't do those around here. What we do is just we get thrown into a session and all the horrible things happen to us. Journey to Ragnarok. That is a third-party system that is partially a modified D&D. Oh, I haven't ever done that. With compatible for other systems created. I see. And how often do you have your sessions? I'm a bot, I think. That's what my students accuse me of. Why? That's a harsh accusation.
You balance upon the cusp of destiny.
Chronormu and Eternus are falling through time, but I sense them stop every so often. So they're like a like a giant, what's it called? Like the bus with like two is it double decker, right? The English buses. So they're literally that, like a time skipping double decker. But falling through time, but I sense them stop every so often. These brief moments are out of our opportunity to find them. Zormu conjures a small chronal crystal. I have imbued this crystal with power as well as my own temporal resonance. They have gone to a troubling possible future. Find them and use it. Hopefully you can fix their position in time before they slip away again. Oh god, where are they?
Certain events are inevitable.
Oh, that's not good. Session 0 today was the first online meeting for nearly all players. We missed a player and he needs to get the leftover roles. I see. And wait, how do you find your community? Is there like a website, or is this a community of your like I almost said offline friends, but like real life people, or is there like a community in like the city or whatever where people, you know, apply, or how does this work? I always have answers, however, I don't think they realize I wrote the curriculum. Yeah, from someone who's recently been a student, no, we don't realize. And I never used to realize. But, I don't know, like, I think more often than not, I get caught unprepared because I also tutor. Like, I tutor English to, like, local kids around here. I hope I'm a viable teacher, because the things that I teach are not the things that I get confused about in games. I teach them grammar and such, but sometimes I like to think that I have this knowledge in my mind, and I do get asked questions that luckily I can look up immediately when I get asked, because I have like only the online sessions, like thank God for internet, because I never like the feeling of like not knowing something that I'm supposed to know, even though I never get asked something that I'm technically supposed to know. It's always something weird, but yeah, I strive to do the same thing. So in a way, I get it. Oh god, what is the future? It's some shit show, isn't it?
Champion, I sense that Chromie is nearby. We must act quickly.
Where are we?
What do you require? Time reveals.
The temporal ripples have caused trouble for the people here. Enemies appear here where they were not, or are far stronger than they should be. These changes are small, but they're disastrous. Yeah, I bet. For my underwhelming gear, they probably are. I asked you to help the resistant spiders here. Heal their wounds so that they may fight once more. Set their timeline back on its correct course as if it had never interacted with our own. It's not much, but it is what we can do for them. Okay.
Listen, if you need help, call on me and I will be there.
Is this me? Yo, this is me! That's me! Why am I giving myself a quest? What the possible future you? Oh god! That is insane. How many hours do you have on WoW? I don't know how to check that. Let me see. How many... you can see how much time your character has played since creation by using the /played command. Okay, let me do that. /played. I think it's gonna show me the time played on this character, though. Oh no, total time played. Total time played 83 days, 12 hours, 1 minute, and 59 seconds. Alright. That's depressing. We meet over a pen and paper Discord where the DM asks for players for his new projects. I applied too late and got into the queue. Player fell out before. Oh, I see. I see. So Discord is like your starting point. D&D here, there's a group that meets on the weekends at the local game store. I just happened to run into them one day. That is dope. That is actually what people do here as well. But I haven't been visiting. Here they're not game stores, I suppose, but they're like game centers where people play board games in general. Maybe that's a little different on your end, but that's how we do it here. Good for me, the 2 players could not commit to the game, and so I got the free spot. Oh, nice. I know this is a really late answer, and the conversation was like 2 hours ago, but I just remembered how hyped I am for Ghost Runner 2. Ghost Runner, I haven't played Ghost Runner at all. I don't know much about Ghost Runner. Is that like an adventure or? That's around the same playtime I have on Destiny 2, don't feel bad. I'll try not to. But this is, okay, honestly, this is the reason why I have so much playtime. Like, look at how I quest. It's like, even if I wanted to, I couldn't, like, get through the story faster. I did do a little bit of raiding as well, but this is mostly questing. I guess I shouldn't be surprised to find myself here. This is not, oh, this is me talking to me. That is so cool. Fighting to preserve what's left and take the world back, but your arrival has caused some trouble. We use the essence of those elementals out here to fuel our protection and keep ourselves safe. See that shield? That's the only thing keeping us from discovery and annihilation, and you drained of our resources. Oh god. Bring back some of that essence and we may survive another day. So that means that we actually got ourselves stuck in this future time, right? Because if this is the future, and we're still here, that means that we never even left. That's terrible. What have we done? The first talk was nice. With them, the DM only asked that the party doesn't start to fight with the other players. He's done with drama and a pen and paper team at the moment. Yeah, I bet. I guess in a way you feel like a daycare teacher. Temporal position fixed. Where do we do this? Is this in this timeline? I hope so. This better be around here. Because I'm gonna go there. And just hope real hard. Okay, so these are, okay, they're fighting here. Oh, so we found them! So we're good to go.
Hurry, mortal! We do not have time to dally. Hurry,
Okay.
mortal!
Why are they repeating?
Time to dally.
Why are they repeating? What is this? Dismiss? Oh, I don't want to dismiss. Is this what I'm supposed to do? I am so confused. The future where you didn't manage to escape. See, I didn't manage to escape because of the actual exact thing that I did. Like, we were the ones who deprived our future selves of resources. And now we had to go back. Well, we had to go into the future so that our future self can tell me that I got them screwed over. You heard it twice too, right? Did we make it? What was this thing? Why aren't they... Oh, okay, this dragon looks like dead in the air, look. So they're just stuck there, I see. So, oh, I see, it's not dead, they're stuck because they're just traveling as... I see, temporal position fix. How do I do this? Use Chrono Crystal and Turnus and Chromie to stop them from falling through time. I see. Okay, so I click on her and then I do this.
Uh-oh! We're slipping away!
I'm trying to! Stop pressuring me! Okay. Here's you. Thank you, me, for this mess. Yeah, and I'm still there. Like, I don't know how far in the future I am, but it could be like years and years and years. I would definitely be mad about that. No pressure. It's like, I do what I'm supposed to, and in that same exact seconds, she's like, we're slipping away. Stunned. Stunned by who? I was like, am I on a PvP server? What is this? No pressure at all. This actually reminds me of First Aid a lot. I don't know if any of you have played World of Warcraft back in the day when when we had First Aid. But First Aid as a profession no longer works. Well, no longer exists, I guess, but it used to. And this was the exact same icon for the First Aid. Yeah, that took me back, ironically. Because we're in the future. Yeah, where do I find more of these unfortunate souls? No, it doesn't exist anymore. In Legion, they had like a limited time thing where you could like collect all the achievements and such, and there were even some rewards and titles for people who completed some things before it disappeared. But yeah, it doesn't exist. Could be like a day in the future. I hope it's like a day. I'm imagining like 5 years. Because how long of an orientation did I realistically have to turn from a druid into a quest giver? Like there's gotta be some sort of training or a seminar or something that like gets you ready to give quests to people. It shouldn't be taken lightly. Yes. You could create, yes, bandages and whatnot, and you could use them, like, in combat and such. It wasn't very popular because, obviously, healing, but there were some non-healing classes who really benefited from that, kind of like, let's say, warriors. They really loved it. What is this? Shard wing. Is this something? I'm not even gonna interact with that. I'm probably just gonna get wrecked, right? Should I touch him? I think I'm supposed to touch him because he's actually one of my quest things. But he looked like I'm not supposed to. What if he attacks me first? Then I'll have to. Seminar, today we teach you how to deal with the given quest items that you get from pieces. Well, that's kind of what I mean. It's like there had to have been some, you know, some period of time for me to obtain these skills to become a freaking quest giver. I just saw someone with the same electric watermelon. Oh, the mount. Yeah, that's actually the PvP mount. Oh, wait, please wait. Thank you. That's the PvP mount that you were able to get from the series. And PvP series is something kind of like a battle pass, but it's nothing that you have to pay for. Basically, every patch there's a reset, and you have series ranks to climb, meaning that you just need to play PvP. And you collect these series points, which level you up. And I want to say every 5 series, you get like a certain reward. That's what I was grinding the last day. I think you can actually already participate in PvP. I think at level 30 or so, you can unlock and queue for Frontlines. And Frontlines is kind of like a battleground in World of Warcraft. Almost exactly the same, actually. It's really cool if you do it through your daily roulettes. So when you open your duty finder, you see the list of roulettes or whatever, you should have front lines at the bottom. It's very good to queue for them once a day because front lines are a massive, unimaginable amount of experience for leveling. They're very good. That and the MSQ, the main scenario, questline, dungeon, whatever it's called, those two are pretty much the only things that are worth doing, even though it takes a little bit of time. Frontlines are like 15 minutes, and you get a massive amount of experience. And it also levels your series, so your PvP, your PvP rewards that actually just got reset. And I don't yet know what the new rewards are for the new series. If someone knows, who's already checked, do let me know. Has good synergy with leatherworking, yeah. Trainer, the hardest part is to dispose them from the used quest items when there's no PC here. It's like, imagine the things that you have to learn when you're preparing to become a quest giver. I should like make a fun video about that. That would be dope. Yeah, I don't know if you've already done some of the the daily roulettes, but those are two of the ones that I would really recommend. What is stunning me? What is this? Oh, please no, please no, please no. Thank you. That's gonna hurt. I wish you wouldn't. I really wish you wouldn't. A video song. I don't think I'm that talented. I always used to admire people who are not musicians, but they do make like these like music videos for their channels and whatnot. I think that's amazing. Yeah, Joe Cat, for example. That is so dope. Teacher shortly followed from the test to stay 24/7 in character during your long work hours when a PC interacts with you. See, I think I use the word NPC very recklessly. There's this one time that I wasn't paying attention, and I didn't mean anything bad by it, but as you might know, Lunith, for example, he works as a shift manager in his in the restaurant. So when I was talking to him about like his work or whatever, I accidentally referred to his working hours, the hours during which he's an NPC. That's probably one of my biggest regrets. In all of our conversations ever, because I truly had no bad intentions whatsoever. And yet I was dumb enough to say that. Because even though, like, I didn't mean anything bad by it, I just meant that in some professions, especially when you work with people and when you do like customer service or whatever, you do have some roles that seemingly remind you of, how do I do, okay, return to Nozorum in the present, okay, I'll do that at some point, I don't have to do it now. I can only imagine that a game character could get totally insane when they stay in characters in their home and into an angry rampage to break the character. Like, honestly, if NPCs were real, I would admire the shit out of them. I don't know how they do it. I would die as someone said it to me. Like, I didn't mean to. It was like we're very, 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 like, on very good terms, you know? And, like, I just said that not meaning anything, like, necessarily horrible. But he really took it in a bad way. And now that I think about it, like, how could he not?
I protect the sands.
These brave fighters will be able to bolster their forces once more. Great. That's me! That is me! How am I suddenly not a cat? How am I suddenly in a human form? How cool is this? How does it do that? Have you collected what we need? I don't know what I need. She has this. I don't even have this. Do I have these clothes? I don't know what this is. I don't look like that, do I? No, this is like me from the future. You've given us some breathing room. Like us? Like me and me? Oh. This is depressing. Okay, I gotta take care of this because I won't be able to quest. They pray that the next customer will be nice and calm so that they admire when the PC goes away with a smile. Today I got reminded of this. What was it, today or yesterday? Yesterday I was at the police station because I had to like fix some documents for the like basically every time you have to change an address, you have to like let the police know that that you've basically changed the address. So that's what I was doing. And I was just thinking about how for a while, like there was a period of time in my life that when I've like, let's say lost respect for people who are, I don't want to say NPCs, it's not an okay thing to say, but for people who like sit at their, you know, cubicles and deal with people all day long. Like, some of these people have to keep their damn shit together. Not some of them, all of them have to keep their shit together. And I think that sometimes, even though I often get annoyed about how they're, I don't know, not very friendly or uncomfortable or whatever, like, they have to sit there every day and literally take everyone's shit. That must be so bothersome. For this one, I have to return to Nozormo in the present. Can I freely go between the two? Is this the present? Because I really want to turn in that quest and come back and then continue questing, because this is the one that I forgot to turn in. Yes, okay.
Seeing all of time.
The process was not finished, but I can more accurately track for normal now.
Curse.
Okay, that's it. Maybe this would have stopped me from being able to quest further in that other timeline. So let's go to the future. It's getting complicated. But I'm glad they were creative with the story. Those are the real NPCs who are MVPs, right? Like, sometimes I'm that uncomfortable customer who just expects, you know, people to be nice. But I don't think I have this, like, at least in real life, I guess. I don't know, like, I don't think I have a very nice personality. Like, when I go into these institutions to do something that I'm already annoyed at having to do, I can only imagine that I'm not very friendly. I try to, but people around me tell me that I roll like really low charisma when I talk to people at like in these institutions, because no matter how nice I try to be towards them, like, something always happens and they end up hating me. And I get into arguments when I don't plan on getting into arguments with them at all. So what I normally do when I go into places like this, I normally have like a friend to just witness, you know, that I haven't been mean, or to jump in when they sense that, you know, that I have been mean and that, you know, they roll higher charisma, let's say, and then they do it instead of me. So apparently I'm not very likable.
Greetings, adventurer.
This timeline is dark and chaotic. The disruption here has been severe. I shall remain in this timeline a moment more to help sort out what remaining miracles may appear. Return to Nostormo. I was just there. He will want to know of our success, even if it was less complete than we would like.
May time be kind to you.
Okay, now let's go back. I'm actually the opposite of NPC interactions. I really hope one day I can learn to be like that, but I'm... like, I don't know, there's just something in me that is just not the way I am right now when I go into these places. And I normally think that I'm really nice, but I just get myself into these situations where the NPCs, right, they don't want to help me, and that's so annoying. For example, I was when I was pregnant, I ordered a shirt online. It was like some sort of like a Halloween shirt costume thing, whatever. And since back then we lived at the 18th floor, the mailman didn't want to climb all the way up, but instead he left like a post note in our mailbox for me to like go to the post office and pick it up. And I was already annoyed at that because he was literally in our building and I could have gotten the shirt, but I didn't. So what we had to do is we had to, well, my ex, he had to drive us to the post office. I don't drive. And he was sitting in the car and he was like, you just need to go and show them your ID and you'll get the shirt. He was telling me this even though I knew all these things. Like, the reason why he was mentioning it is because he knows that I sometimes lose my shit and things go wrong. So I was like, okay, I'll be nice. There's nothing in this world that can annoy me. Do mind, at the time, I was like 6 months pregnant. I was very annoyed at everything. And I had a completely different opinion about who I really was. I thought that I was a calm, collected, likable, pregnant woman who just came to collect her thing, right? And then I went in with my ID and I turned it in and I'm like, hello, I came to pick up my package. And I tried to be so nice. And she looks at my ID, and then she looks at me, and do mind, I was pregnant, and my face was probably swollen, but I do, to this day, honestly believe that I look the exact same that I looked on my ID, and she has the fucking audacity to look at me and to tell me, I don't think this is you. Yo! I was like, what? Excuse me? Like, I have more documents with, like, my, you know, my first name and my last name on this. Like, I took out my health card or whatever, and she's like, I'm sorry, I can't give you the package because you're not the person who was in this picture. And in my demented pregnant woman mind, like, she called me fat, she called me a cow, she called me swollen, she called me distorted, she called me ugly, she called me all these things. She never said any of this stuff, but I lost my fucking shit on her, and I never ended up getting my package. I came out of the post office, I was crying. I went into the car, and he's like, where's your shirt? I'm like, I don't have it. And then I tell him what happened, and of course he doesn't believe me. He thinks that I said something to trigger her, and then she triggered me back, or whatever. And then he goes in with his mad charisma, goes into the post office, shows his ID, and picks up my package that wasn't even meant for him to be picked up by, and he signs the piece of paper with his name. Like, he signed the document instead of me, and she gave it to him, and he came out of the post office with the fucking package. I was so mad. That was like the worst encounter that I ever had at the post office or whatever. And from then on, like, I decided to just not go unless absolutely necessary, or at least have someone around. And that was just, it was rude, right? But, like, for some reason, like, this is the thing. She was sitting at her cubicle, and I do know that when I walked into the post office, she didn't see me. By the time I was in front of her, she didn't see that I was pregnant. She couldn't have known. And then she said that. But in my mind, I thought that she was, like, mocking me or something. Like, it could be that I just had, like, a different, haircut. Admittedly, at that moment, I had fringe, and on my ID, I had none because it was a little bit older, but it was just unbelievable for her to accuse me of having the audacity to go into the post office with another person's ID and claim that was me for a stupid shirt, She was wrong, but at the same time, it didn't really help my reputation of being a person who always gets into arguments in post offices. Like, my reputation when it comes to that was bad enough, and then I came out crying out of the post office, only to be told, I told you that this would happen. Like, she picked the worst day to ruin mine. It was so bad.
All that matters
Your journey did not accomplish our goals, but it was a success nonetheless. Great. You just made me feel a whole lot better.
Another time.
To the past. What?
Focus on the now.
It is regrettable that we could not stabilize Chronormu, but there is another potential location where we may be able to catch her and bring an end to her fall through time. The glimpses of this timeline past are strange, even among some of the visions I have witnessed in my life. Be on your guard. I am uncertain what you will face, but it is powerful and oddly familiar.
Be mindful, Andante Normu. You shall hold the second portal open. It is a strange place. I imagine you will find it fascinating.
I feel like I'm visiting these, like, what's it called? The 3 ghosts of Christmas or whatever? It was an I told you because he assumed that I will get into an argument if I walk in on my own. And I wanted to be a big girl and show that I can do this without having someone hold me on a leash. And then I came out of the post office crying. And as I was crying and walking towards the car, I could see him laughing at me already. Hi, Lunat, welcome back. What's up? I was once so nervous and got so quiet that I started to write all my wishes and orders down because I could not scream loud enough so the person before me could listen what I told them. I totally understand that. Like, I do that, like, I started doing that when I was, like, back in school for, like, schoolwork, but nowadays I do it for conversation so I don't lose track, because evidently I do lose my shit. You're right, we are getting slapped. Oh, so people are ordering because it's raining, huh? And you could have been at the other restaurant location where it's probably not as busy because I guess no one is coming. That sucks for you. I'm screwed, right? I wonder if I'll see myself from the past as well. That would be cool. They are falling through possibilities as well as time. Hurry. I have no pressure, right? I've located another point in the timeline where we might catch them. It is unusual, but do not let me let the strangeness of this world slow you down. Norma's fate is in your hands. So it's a past, but also like a different past?
Must be preserved.
Great. Oh, oh, I see. So basically we're chasing them around timelines and we're trying to fix this. I see. Okay, I think I get how this is happening.
I wish I could get back to my books.
Whatever I expected, this is not it. In Arsmeloth. What's Arsmeloth? Is this like... This is very reminiscent of Northrend. Am I in Northrend?
We'll find time.
Murgburs. Burgirl? What is this? This is Azeroth, this is Northrend, this is... What did they do? Holy shit, they actually took us to Northrend, but this is not... This is no good. Oh, wow. This is so dope. I think last year we went 200 or so days without rain. To me, that's wild. I couldn't imagine that, because all of the like springs and falls are always full of rain.
So little time.
Yeah, I did not expect this.
It has been a time.
An alternate timeline born from Murlocs. Oh, that's why it's Arsmeloth. Oh my god, this is a Murloc kingdom. How cool is that? Forgive my selfishness, but would you obtain a few stray modes of temporal energy while you locate Ambassador Konormu? Just walk into them and your staff should do the rest. I will examine the data later. We're not in the middle of venturing through rips in Azeroth's varied realities.
I'll be deep in my
How
books.
insane is this? The one Murloc that got... Exactly! That's the one that we let go! And then he probably created 1,000 more. Is this him? Varian? This is amazing. Then I get to go home and do a trial. Wait, what do you mean go home? Your PlayStation is here. And I thought I was getting food. What? What do you mean go home? This little Murloc is called Varian. Oh, maybe you weren't. Deathwing Gurgle Gurgle. Oh my god. This is awesome. What? Murgle Gurgle Gurgle whatever. You're not certain what's being said, but there are lots of stabbing motions. It seems like this Murloc wants you to kill something. What? What is this quest? What is happening? I can't even... Can I mount here? Please tell me I can... I can't. I'm at your place. Oh, okay, okay. I was like, how are you gonna do a trial? You left your PlayStation right here. Okay, so I need to walk into these. That's great. Deathling slain, Deathling destroyer slain. Do you want Deathlings or Deathling destroyers to be gone? I guess he wants everyone gone. I hear that Murloc sound in my head and job's done. Same. Do I actually have to? Oh, I actually have to kill these destroyers. There's no other way. I love how they're called Deathling. That's so adorable. Yeah, I love that sound as well. They did a really good job with the story, didn't they? It's so easy to grasp and it's very fun. Yeah, I'm glad I went back to do this today. This is awesome. So good. But we're killing babies again, aren't we? It's always about baby killing. Like Deathling is literally that. I don't know. Makes me feel a bit sad. Anakin Skywalker. Yeah, in every zone we get to be a different kind of Anakin. What is this? Why am I I'm not What? What happened there? That was not running. Salad for dinner? That works. Thank you. The person who let the Murloc free was me. Well, actually it was that one dragon who was trying to close the portals, and there was one Murloc who escaped. And I was wondering if that would in any way, shape, or form affect the story. I guess it did. One salad for dinner. Yeah, me too. Weirdly enough, because lately I haven't really been having anything except for salads. I've been trying to eat better. I think I've actually been a lot better lately when it comes to my food. I've been able to have like very light breakfasts, mostly consisting of like oatmeal with like low-fat yogurt and like frozen fruit, mostly cherries. For lunch or for dinner, I mostly have a salad. Mostly as the courtesy of Lunit, thank you so much for keeping me alive. And my third meal normally is like a protein. It's not a shake, it's more like a yogurt. Here it's like sold in like a bottle and it has 50 grams of protein. And that ensures that no matter what, I do get protein in the salad, like as well, like on the side. But no matter what I do, I ensure to get 50 grams of protein per day because of gym and everything. Because whenever I don't drink it, like for either like breakfast or dinner, I feel weaker tomorrow. So I've been doing that recently, and that's actually helped a lot because these yogurts, they're like either like strawberry or vanilla or banana and chocolate, but they have like almost no sugar in them. They have like a little bit of flavor, and overall they're okay. Like I checked them and I'm actually very happy with what they consist of. So I've been pretty happy with eating those. And these yogurts actually are not as pricey as I thought they would be. Like one bottle, which is like one per day that I get, is about $2 in your currency. which even for around here hasn't been that bad. So I'm very happy to just have one a day. And they actually keep me full. A lot of... wait, both frozen and dried fruit? I only eat one or the other. But I have recently been reading a lot about cherries, and apparently cherries are very good for like a lot of different things. So I chose those over like strawberries and other fruit to just put over my like oatmeal.
Your pet mortal found us again. Perhaps this time they will be successful.
I am trying.
Come on. Be
Can't do that while stunned. Why?
Pulled away again.
Why am I stunned?
good try. Please keep looking for us.
Oh god. They're gone again. Where are they gonna go now? I hope we did what he's asked us to do, because... Fergal, Durgal, Alger, Durgal. I guess that's translated as for the Alliance. The Murlocs appear to be pleased. That's hilarious.
Yes, I have time.
Astounding work. Now, what do you imagine the Murlocs of this Murloc world are? I shudder to think, right?
You know where to find me.
Heart of Asmerloth. Oh, cool! This is actually an item. I like cherry flavor, but don't like cherries. See, I'm the other way around. I don't like anything cherry flavored, whether it's a drink or like a cream for biscuits or what else is there? Like anything that is cherry flavored, I shudder at it, but I can eat the raw or the frozen fruit. Similarly to how I am not a huge fan of like fruit, I guess, in any sort of like, let's say in crackers, like as like a filling or something like that, or anything where there's like a fruit topping, I don't normally go for it, but I do love fruit in like raw form. It's funny how that works. Okay, wait, we have more? What? Deathwing Gurgle. Deathwing Gurgle. You don't need a translation to know that they want you to bring down their Murloc version of Deathwing. Before you can agree or disagree, the roars of a machine engine make their way towards you. Get in the Hope Popper and defeat Deathwing Gurgle. Oh god. That's gonna be awesome. The problem is not only the where, but the when. That's true. What are these abilities? Call your fellow flying Asmerlocs. Yes, please. Well, that wasn't hard. I'm on the go a lot, so freeze-dried fruits work really well for me. It doesn't have to be refrigerated or kept at a certain temperature. I can just take it anywhere and eat it at any time. It makes me happy that lately I've been talking to a lot of people who actually prefer or go for this kind of, you know, food. And I feel like, for better or for worse, social media and just a little bit of education, oh, this is so cool, on like nutrition, you know, like it or not, it has reached us at least somewhat. And I think at least some people have, you know, have accepted a slightly better way of living because they maybe learned something that they normally wouldn't if they hadn't been like so exposed to it. That's why this is actually really, really cool. That's why I think that a lot of, let's say our parents, like back in the day, they knew what they knew, they had what they had, and I think that a lot of people weren't looking for more or for better just because of just the overall lack of awareness that, you know, more or better is ever even an option. So I think that, you know, with internet and social media, there's a lot of bad things, but I think that having having the ability to just read and learn about these things whenever is actually kind of awesome. Have a heart condition, have to eat healthy, or I feel really bad. Oh yeah, that makes total sense. I see. I think that everyone, no matter whether or not like they need it because of, you know, their existing conditions or lack of conditions or whatever. How cool is this? I think everyone should put a little bit of, you know, care into this as much as they can, as, you know, considering their resources and whatnot. And I think internet is just a super easy resource, even for the people who have never been previously educated on this topic. So I'm happy that we're living like at this day and age where these resources, well, not resources, but knowledge is at least available. So that reminds me of how banana flavoring of bananas tastes different. The original almost went extinct. What do you mean extinct? Like in the stores, or? Yeah, like some things will just always taste different. For example, I am completely okay with eating pineapple, but I don't like pineapple, like juice, pineapple products of any sort and stuff like that. Like there's actually a lot of fruits and vegetables that I would like prepared in one way, but will hate them in like a different form. So taste definitely isn't everything. I guess we can go back now?
I wish I could get back to my books.
We were able to increase Ambassador Chronorma's connection to our time. I'm certain that when we find her again, we will be able to finish the ritual. For now, let us return to our present and a world with significantly fewer murlocs. Yes, please. I mean, let's face it, sometimes people today, if they don't want to live healthy, they will give themselves a pat on the back and say something like, hey, but at least I don't do, and then we'll fill in the blank with, you know, something horrible that someone else is doing, but they're not doing it, which admittedly is a good thing. Of course, it's good when you don't, you know, do something that you're not supposed to do. But isn't it better when you also do something that you are supposed to do? A taste of banana flavor is from a banana string that didn't exist anymore, and because of how the bananas exist now, it is impossible to recreate them without genetic experimentation. Wait, what? The bananas that we eat are not bananas anymore? Really? Like the artificial taste of the bananas in like artificial food are the real tasting bananas, but the real bananas are not bananas? The Gros Michel breed of banana was the largest crop of banana and the source of flavoring, but a disease spread throughout the entire crop in the 50s. Really? I didn't know this. Holy shit, you learn something every day. What? I've been living a lie? What is this hidden knowledge that no one ever talks about? Like, why don't they talk about these things to kids at
I
schools?
see you have a part to play in this. You balance upon the cusp
What?
of destiny.
On your mark, get set. Nosrob's gaze is unfocused. The further they fall, the faster they travel. They punch holes through the fabric of time, which send out great ripples. You will need to be swift to catch them. Nosrob's focus sharpens as swift to you. I will send my time walkers to help you navigate the time ways and speed your efforts. Avoid entangling with the temporal locals and do not stop until you have found Chronormu. Go. We have precious little time. What time are we going to? Join Anton and Dorma and Sazatian in the past. Oh, more past.
Time is of the essence, champion.
Time portal to Null War. Taken. Do I want to go there? What we have now is less sweet but immune. Really? I didn't know this. Thank you. I go through ceilings from bananas. In practice, the banana we And we knew our clones from a single tree. I see. Well, it's a good thing they they managed to replicate the taste before the shit went down. When you look at the banana, you'll notice the lack of seeds. Wait, banana are grown through seedlings from bananas, and if you look at the banana, you'll notice that the lack of seeds, so they can't use the usual methods to create the next generation of trees without the help of humans. See, I never really stopped to consider how the banana trees actually grow. So, are you trying to tell me that bananas are on life support? Like, literally? How do I not know this? I know nothing.
Time already. I'll be deep in my books. It has been a time.
Race through time. What? We must act quickly to catch up to Ambassador Knorma, and I mean that quite literally. Zara and I will do what we can to speed our progress, but it is imperative we avoid entangling with this time period as much as possible. To do so will slow us down, and we may not be able to catch the Ambassador before she's lost to even Storm's magic. We haven't a moment to lose. Accepting this quest will begin a timer. Race through time following Chromium and Eternus' path. What do you mean race through time? That's very vague. Is this something that I'm supposed to be aware of?
We'll find. Zara and I will do what we can to speed our path through.
Oh, okay, so these slow me down? Oh, this is a race. What a weird, obscure thing to be doing. Okay, well, at least I can mount as a druid. What a weird quest. Like, how else do you portray time, I suppose? Okay, it's a role play. I'm ready to accept it. But I'm still not ready to accept the truth about bananas. For sure. Is this Stormwind? This is definitely Stormwind. This is Elven Forest! Of course it is! Oh, there's more. Oh god, there is more. Is this Silithus? What is this?
Combatants.
I am avoiding the combatants. But I don't know where to go. So by avoiding them, we're basically not interrupting the timeline. I think that's the takeaway of this whole situation. I think they did a fantastic job of portraying something that is normally very difficult to explain. I think that's pretty cool. Sorry, I'm not looking at the chat right now. I am on a timer.
I read about this. Those Mogu were vicious.
History. Like all of the history of... Uh-oh, I don't think I'm supposed to go that way. Oh, no, no, no! Okay, so these speed me up. And I need to make sure I'm following them. Oh no, there's like, okay, they're starting to walk around and mess with me. That's not good. Go away, go away. This is so dope. They try to explain like a race through time without like interfering with the events from the past.
An exceptionally long time.
It's so cool. Oh my god.
We should find Chromi and get out of here. This place is scary.
Is this, what is this? Is this Blackrock? Is this... Well, damn. Okay, let me check out the chat. Need to find out about bananas. It's good now because of all the planters, but it is susceptible to a virus or bacteria that goes after the genetic line. I see. So, If I understand this correctly, if humans were to disappear from the face of the earth, the bananas would literally be the first next thing to go. The now generation of bananas is created through recreating the same tree through plant methods, but the normal methods that throw seeds inside the fruit is practically impossible now. I see. They would die too, but they would literally be the first. Humans are gone, something terrible happens, humans are wiped, and then bananas, and then everything else. I just, as apocalyptic as that thought is, that's actually really entertaining to me right now. Bees would be like, sorry, can't help you. It's like it's either the monkeys learn how to do it or nobody does it.
I'll be deep in my books.
Yeah, monkeys actually would be compelled to do it, right? Proven that they actually do like bananas, that it's not just like a cartoon thing. Maybe the evolution would just like very quickly push them towards. No, evolution doesn't work like that, does it? Yeah, bees would probably follow. Like for a short time, bees would be very happy that humans are gone, but then bees would be out of business. By the aspects, this is the Black Empire. Chromie time.
It has been a time.
This is the Black Empire. We have traveled very far into the past, indeed. Look, I see Ambassador Chronormu and Eternus. We need to hurry and complete the ritual. Even my curiosity is not enough to wish to see where they might travel to next. Okay.
So, this is far in the past, right?
Yes. From before the Titans found
The
Azeroth.
Well, which is sour and have
Is
seeds.
when the elemental lords
I see.
made war on the Black Empire of the old gods.
But honestly, I think most of the nature would be very happy that humans are no more. I think maybe dogs would be a little sadsies because dogs grew complacent. Like, what would they do? I don't think I was supposed to go here. I needed to find them. I just like went back to my timeline. I was like, see ya. Can you see them? Oh, I think I found them. What is this? Unleash time magic against nearby enemies while healing and gaining increased haste and speed for a time. No. Fuck it. I'm just not gonna... Are these... No, I don't want to fight anyone. Oh, but there is another person here. So it would be cool to help them. Because they might help me. What if they help me? They would live on, however, the little breeds would not. Yeah, I imagine not. You think that some dog breeds would just figure out that they don't need humans and would just immediately go on to surviving? Like at least the more vicious ones?
What you were. What you will yet be.
They would pack up.
I am so glad you're here.
Yeah, maybe.
We're definitely in a bit of a situation.
Your friends will abandon you.
The voice makes sense that they knew you. The voice sees all possible realities when memory serves. Yeah. And this is very reminiscent of like Nazoth stuff, so it fits. But I can't see who it is that's talking. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Do I need to target both of them? Temporal position fixed. What does that even mean? This is supposed to... This was supposed to work. Oh, no! Not lava. How do I go back? I didn't even die. What the... What is this? That is... Yeah, that is him, but what am I doing down here? Oh, that's unnerving, isn't it? Ew. Okay, I was definitely not supposed to be here.
All of your friends are dead.
Yeah, they're dead, but I'm still here in the lava with you. That is Eternus.
Will leave you behind.
Thanks. Can I just like sit here and try to die? Because I don't know how to... That's painful, isn't it? Hey, I'm being healed! No! Okay, I'm gonna... Can I turn off this buff? Because I have a buff that heals me. Shit. Like, I don't know what else to do. So stupid. How do I... Okay, how do I do this? Attune the target to their proper talent. Did I not do that? I don't understand why it didn't work. Okay, now I just have to be very careful and make sure I don't actually fall down. But... What else was I supposed to do? Go away. Oh, eat shit! Sorry. So that was... I was clicking the wrong button. I was clicking this thinking that I was clicking that. That's why it didn't work. Because that, in reality, was not what I was supposed to do.
You did it!
I'm an
also
idiot.
relieved not to be stuck with you for an eternity.
See, this was calling me to press it, and I kept pressing that thinking that I was... Unbelievable.
It's been a pleasure.
That feels much better. Don't worry about Eternus. We've come to a bit of a truce for the moment. Yeah, you had a lot of time to fucking cool down.
It's like meeting again for the first time.
We're not going to fall through time anymore, but we are far in the past. Way far in the past. The Titans haven't visited Azeroth yet, far in the past. Getting home is going to be tricky, but we dragons can do it. Didn't I just go home through a portal?
Will die.
Thought I did. We're going to need you to keep those Black Empire minions off our backs, though. It shouldn't take too long, I think. Probably. Like, what is too long for a dragon? We're going to need... Okay, don't worry about it. Just keep those creepy monsters away and we'll handle the rest. Easy. Defend your allies against the Black Empire until the temporal portal is created, of course.
I always have time for you.
Okay, for someone who has played through this, is this still 10.0? Will I know when there's like a new patch quest? Yeah, it's like this won't take a while. It's like it'll take like 500 years or so. We're good.
We just need a moment.
Just need a moment. Like, exactly. Like, what is a moment?
Your friends will.
Here comes the Black Empire.
I don't appreciate this voice of depression. Your friends will abandon you. You will die alone.
As well.
Unbelievable.
So grumpy.
Your friends will.
I believe in you.
Use the staff. Remember your training.
Look at this guy chanting. 62.5 weeks, 1 dragon moments, right? It's like we finish this quest and they're like, what do you mean you can't fight anymore? What do you mean you're old? What do you mean you want retirement benefits? It's only ever been a moment.
Keep going, champion. Just a little bit more.
I don't trust her with the time references, I really don't.
We're almost done. We'll be back soon.
Brace yourselves.
I can still hear him. Not cool. Oh. I'm glowing! That is amazing. I love how I'm actually rendered in the cutscenes. That's not something that always used to be like in World of Warcraft. Maybe in Final Fantasy XIV, but not in WoW. It's really nice. Like, if we trusted dragon time references, they'd be looking for me in Eorzea in about 2 of their seconds.
I never want to go so far into the past again. But I'm glad I had some help getting back.
You have aided Chronormu. For that, I am grateful and will spare you. But leave. Quickly.
I don't
We will
understand who
bring you
Eternus
to your
is.
ultimate fate. You cannot deny what is to come.
We don't know much about her. We just know that
When
she
we
has some
meet
sort of a
again,
grudge against us.
Do not expect clemency for what has transpired.
What exactly does clemency mean? Like, forgiveness or a sense of, like, indebtedness? Debt. Chromie is tiny.
Meeting again for the first time.
Quietly ask Chromie is Normus, okay? Ask about Chromie's name. We've already been offered this. I picked okay.
Until next time.
No, I should do the quest. A relief from prosecution, I see. Thank you. You never let me down.
Stormo, are you okay?
Eternus nearly succeeded. I thought I had more time.
Oh no. I'm sorry. I thought I was strong enough to defeat her.
Ah, Chronormu.
It succeeded at what? I don't really
Done
understand, like,
nothing
the
wrong.
like whatever
You
happened
fought
there.
valiantly and well. But Eternus is right. My fate is inevitable.
What do you mean?
47 is really
Each day that
impressive.
passes, the future flows into the present, which blurs into the past. Soon, it will merge into one. And that is when I will become my darkest self. Murazond.
What?
And when that day comes to pass, I look to you to do what must be done.
Is this
Yes,
like
timeless
a
one.
form
I will do exactly what you need me to.
of being terminally
I will
ill
find another
for
way.
dragons? He's corrupted.
There is none.
I don't think I understand what's
Time encompasses
happening.
all possibilities. You taught me that. I will search every timeline, every moment, until I find a solution to save you.
I think he's dying. I think that's why he's moody.
No. In all timelines, please know, I am, and always have been, proud of you.
I love his earpiece, though. That'll do it, right? No, I think he's saying goodbye. Like, he has some sort of corruption, but I don't understand how that came to be.
The sands of time are plentiful.
Oh, we
precious.
get the bronze the mount. Pocket watch. What is this? Increase your movement. Used to increase your movement speed. Oh, nice.
Certain events are inevitable.
Cool. Let me see this one. Where is it? Oh, I like it.
You balance upon the cusp of destiny.
I love it. It looks like a little goat lion. It's so cute. Let me just briefly check out the achievements because I don't really understand how this works. Dragonflight. Okay, there we go. Oh, okay. So we have like complete the following questlines and Talzadru. So we have like another, like one more like story, and then we've completed all the stories in like all of the zones. That's
There is
cool.
only one true timeline.
When the Bronze Oathstone restored, Alexstrasza can proceed with her plan. Travel to Valdork. She will want to hear of your success. Speak with Alexstrasza at the seats of the aspect in Valdork. I don't know if we've already done it,
Be mindful of which
or if we are
threads you
yet to do
belong.
it. Maybe this is it, like what we're doing right now. Maybe that's the the ending, or maybe we have another one. I'm not sure, but I know we're very close to the end of like the main storyline for this region.
Anaria Shola.
Oh, for all the regions actually. Speak with Alex. Okay, I can just port there, and then we have to go through the weird house where I always get lost. His timeline isn't linear, so you meet his worst version from the future who will get killed. I mean, I'll be honest, like, I still don't fully understand their time skips and timelines, but I don't think we're meant to. Like, right now we're in the present, right? This is not like the past or the future or anything. He has this problem right now, doesn't he? Like, he's dying right now, as far as I understand. Or is that like a spoiler? Why is my quest called Moving On? That's a little bit sad, isn't it? Oh, is this where I'm gonna lag because of the amount of people? Most likely. I can't even like I'm in my mount form. Oh, there we go. I was like, I can't even see it. No, you're playing it next Tuesday game time. So when you play with bronze dragons, you just never really even know. It doesn't. This day definitely doesn't feel like Saturday. But I'll be honest, this week has given me a lot to think about like what I want and how I want to organize my time. And it was very good that this patch came, that I was, well, not forced to stream more, but that I proved to myself that I can do something like this and still you know, get everything done. So this was a big thing. I think we finished it. All of the oath stones have been restored. I think we're going back to the beginning of what we were set out to do. I think this is a movie. This is wonderful news. Oh, no, not really. This is wonderful news. With each activation, our flights have been renewed to their purpose once more. Now there's but one final step before our spectral powers can be restored. I must activate the Mother Oath Stone. It has been centuries since it has been seen, let alone used. I will require some time to prepare for the activation ritual. We are ever closer to being the protectors of Azeroth we were meant to be. I thank you, friend of Dragonkind. Your assistance has been a blessing to our flights.
Fair skies and strong winds.
I thought we were doing that now. Wait, what? Are we doing it now? Yeah. Please accept our most sincere gratitude for all you have done for us. Oh, so we're not repairing it now. She needs to do her thing. I will let you know when the time comes to accompany me on this next step. I see. Unlocks access to adventure mode within the Dragon Isles. What is adventure mode? What am I doing? Oh, it definitely feels successful. I'm just very happy that I got to prove it to myself, because it'll definitely affect the way I do things from now on. Woo! We did it! World Quest unlocked. The Dragon Isles need your aid. Check your map for a range of new activities. Adventure mode. What is this? Your future characters can do Dragon Isles zones in any order and access World Quest immediately. Oh, that's adventure mode. I see. Well, luckily I don't play any alts. Alts. What? Aid the factions. Gain renown with the major factions of Dragon Isles and prepare for the conflict ahead. Okay, so this is what? This is the main... Okay, help me out. This is the main story of the Dragonflight. I want to say 10.0. And then there's more, right? Complete the optional quests, okay. I'm just trying to figure out how this works. Is there an achievement for like the second part? How does it work? No one knew when he turned bad, but this future version he managed to do bad stuff and it stopped. It doesn't promise for him much alteration to avoid it. I see. Okay, so what is this next quest? Is this like a new thing? Is this a 10.1? Okay, I'm gonna look it up. Oh, this is a quest that is from November 29th. What is this? Oh, had fandom. Renown of the Dragon Isles begins the max level portion of the Dragonflight campaign, teaching players about the endgame systems now available to them. Okay. Okay, so there's some stuff. There's ingenuity, I don't know what these things are. Oh, I see. These don't look like lore quests at all. Here's footsteps. These are some challenges. I don't completely understand what this is, but these are like dragon riding challenges and like some other. These are just the game systems quests, right? But it is a way to continue the story. I wonder why there's a difference with the colors on the list you just had. Wait, which list? This basically means that it is a main quest, but I don't want to start a new story just yet. I think I'm gonna do that next time. but I'm just trying to figure out what it is that I'm gonna be starting. Basically, there's a series of quests that basically teach you how to do some stuff in the game, from what I've seen, like either dragon riding or some of the like renowned stuff or whatever. I think I'm gonna look into that and see if this actually starts a 10.1 story, because I want to make sure that like when I do this that I don't do like the boring parts on stream. Well, boring parts. I want to do the actual storyline quests. I'm gonna look into that and figure out where the new storyline starts, because this is definitely the end of the first part of the story. And next time that we continue, we're either continuing here, or if I figure out that those quests have nothing to do with the story, that they're just showing me like how game progression system works, because that's kind of what she's trying to tell me right now apparently, then I will do that part off stream so that we can actually continue the the Oathstone story. Anyways, this is where I am going to stop for today. It's been a lot of fun and I'm glad that I got to do this today. There's a reason why I actually asked you if you would rather watch the Dragonflight today or the extreme trial. I was initially going to do the trial today, but I decided not to, because Luneth actually will be able to join us tomorrow, as he has shifted his shifts so that he can be here tomorrow night. So I think we're gonna be able to do the what's it called? The extreme trial together, which I think will be awesome because I will have a co-tank, and as you might know, I hate co-tanking with the people that I don't know, as it gets really tricky to call out like who's gonna, I don't know, pull the boss or reprisal or anything of the sort. Pull the boss, so I really like doing that with someone that I already know, and he's a damn good tank. So I think we're gonna have an awesome time. He told me not to hype him up, but he is the one who actually taught me how to tank. So I think he will be fine, and I think I have a very good reason to actually hype him up. Anyways, we are going to give Ice Tiger Zone a raid. He's currently playing The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Now, I don't know anything about the game, but I am interested in seeing a little bit of it. He's also part of the, let's call it the Square Enix community. He's been also doing a lot of Square Enix games, so he knows a lot about JRPGs and has an awesome channel overall. So we're going to go and say hello to him. He is one of my streamer friends, and I'm excited that he is currently streaming. So we're going to give him a raise. So if you happen to be on YouTube and you sometimes switch between my YouTube and Twitch and whatnot, make sure to go to Twitch, as we are going to raid him, or just visit Ice Tiger Zone if this is something that you're interested in. I will see you tomorrow at 6 p.m. Central European Time. So instead of World of Warcraft, we are going to be doing the extreme trial. You actually don't need a link, because I will be raiding him right about now in about a minute. So if you're on Twitch, you don't have to worry about it, but his name is Ice Tiger Zone altogether. Anyways, I will be seeing you tomorrow. Have a lovely, lovely rest of your day, and have fun, enjoy, make sure to say hi to Ice Tiger Zone, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye! Not sure when this actually starts. I was like, bye! But then we're not raiding yet. Alright, there we go.